Chapter 61. Mom, what are we going to do? Huang Xiaoya shrank timidly into Lu Yun's arms, a little scared. The sight of over 100 people gathered together still cast a shadow over her. She recalled the bloody scene from more than a month ago. Her lips trembled violently, and tears welled up in her eyes. Lu Yun gently patted Huang Xiaoya's back. Be good, sweetie. The bad guys were all driven away by the building owner. I heard she also brought us new supplies today. When you see her later, we'll thank her together. Huang Xiaoya was a well-behaved child. After hearing her mother's reassurance, much of her fear faded. Her thin little face rubbed gently against Lu Yun's cheek. The line moved quickly. Everyone walking back wore somewhat puzzled expressions, and most of them were clutching an IOU slip in their hands. When it was Lu Yun and Huang Xiaoya's turn, Tu Zhozhou held the tablet she had just received, clicking through Excel cells with a look of fascination. It had been far too long since she had touched any electronic device. Huang Xiaoya curled her toes inward, signaling her mother not to step too far forward. She felt that Sister Zhozhou seemed a bit strange, like someone who had been starving for days suddenly seeing delicious food and was about to pounce on it without regard for appearances. Lu Yun, are you willing to accept an advance loan of 1 point of wealth value per day to use the supplies provided to Wantong Building by building owner Shen Ruoran? Even though they were acquaintances, Tu Zhozhou still followed the formal script, handling it strictly as official business. If you accept, you may continue to use today's newly arrived supplies. If you do not accept, then I'm sorry, but from now on, you will be deprived of the right to use these supplies. Wu Wei, who was assisting Tu Zhozhou with registration, smiled at Huang Xiaoya, who wore her hair in a ponytail, then looked at Lu Yun and explained. You can think of wealth value as a universal currency of the future. In Wantong Building you can offset your debt through piecework wages, and you may even turn a profit. Hearing the detailed explanation, Lu Yun's puzzled frown gradually eased, and she suddenly understood. Owing some wealth value wasn't a big deal, she could repay it through labor. Life suddenly seemed full of hope. Lu Yun. I accept. Huang Xiaoya. Are you willing to accept an advance loan of 1 point of wealth value per day to use the supplies provided to Wantong Building by building owner Shen Ruoran? Huang Xiaoya tilted her cute little head and blinked, staring intently at Tu Zhozhou's face. She didn't understand what Sister Zhozhou was asking her to do. Huang Haohua, who had been watching his wife and daughter, quickly stepped forward with a slightly ingratiating smile. Leaders, my daughter Xiaoya is still very young and doesn't eat much. Plus I don't eat much either. So can the two of us together borrow just 1 point of wealth value per day? It's fine to allocate only one person's share of supplies. Before Wu Wei could respond, Lu Yun immediately rejected Huang Haohua. No need. Zhozhou. I'll accept on Xiaoya's behalf, 1 point of wealth value per day. Don't listen to Huang Haohua. Wife, what do you mean? I'm thinking about our family. Carrying too much wealth value debt will definitely be bad for us in the future. And Zhozhou has a small appetite. The three of us sharing 2 portions is more than enough. Lu Yun sneered. 3 people sharing 2 portions? When the time comes it might be me and Xiaoya eating 1 portion. Huang Haohua, this isn't how you save money. If you disagree, I believe the leaders will, because of your freeloading behavior, expel you from the lower floors. These past few days, supplies in the building had been distributed per person. Huang Haohua had a big appetite and got hungry easily, often taking some from Huang Xiaoya's portion. Otherwise, he would only be half full. Tu Zhozhou gave Lu Yun face and nodded in agreement with this measure. After all, the building owner had assigned them a target. Everyone was required to sign an IOU. There were 3 long tables. Tu Zhozhou and Wu Wei sat at one, handling one batch of registrations. Yuan Jiwei and Chen Maxin sat at another, handling a different batch. At the third table, located at the far edge, old Man Chen was watching the opera, 5 Daughters Celebrate Longevity, with great enjoyment. A fashionable pair of earphones clipped to his ears. Here, have a taste. Shen Ruoran mixed a glass of fruit juice, drank 1,000 milliliters herself, and poured a small cup for Old Man Chen. Old Man Chen downed it in one gulp, praising how good it was. Then he continued watching his show. Chapter 62. Do you have any special skills? Kai Wanhua, who was in Yuan Jiwei's line and still 10 people away from her turn, stared intently at old Man Chen's tablet not far away. She wanted to see what was playing on it. Before the disaster, she only liked those endlessly long family ethics dramas, but now, as long as it was a video with people moving, news broadcasts, variety shows, anything, she wasn't picky. Old Chun, what are you watching? After staring for a while, she couldn't suppress her craving anymore and shouted out, ignoring the situation. With earphones blocking out outside noise, Old Man Chen leisurely hummed along with the opera, occasionally gesturing with excitement, his wrinkled fingers swaying in the air. Beside him, pale fingers flew rapidly across a laptop keyboard, code flashing continuously across the screen as programs ran. Shen Ruoran took a sip of fruit juice. Hearing the noise directed toward her, she shot Kai Wanhua an annoyed glare. Too noisy. Kai Wanhua had good eyesight. She instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, swaying slightly. She recognized her. It was the person who had suddenly come to stay on the 14th floor for one night before. So it was her. Kai Wanhua grumbled inwardly, dissatisfied. She had only called out to Old Chun a few times. Was that really worth such a glare? If it weren't for the rule that others couldn't hold your place in line, she would have just walked over to talk to him instead of shouting from afar. While silently criticizing Shen Ruoran, Kai Wanhua completely forgot how she had once insulted her with crude language. Noticing Kai Wanhua's reaction, Shen Ruoran closed her laptop, which had just stopped running, and looked thoughtfully at Old Man Chen, then at the tablet on the table. She tapped Old Man Chen on the shoulder. The old man turned around with a confused expression and slowly removed his earphones. Old Chun, do you have any special skills? Old Man Chen? Registration for everyone was complete. Tu Zhozhou stretched comfortably. Finally done. When we usually distribute supplies, it feels like there are so many people in the building, but when we actually register them, it doesn't seem like that many after all. The 14th floor returned to being a spacious, empty area, just like it was at the beginning. Life here is really good, Wu Wei said, recalling the crowded communal sleeping quarters in the safety base and comparing it to the orderly setup here. The more he thought about it, the more mysterious Shen Ruoran seemed. Wantong Building could already rival the living conditions of mid to high-level residents in a safety base. Resting her chin in her hand, Tu Zhozhou spoke with envy. Brother Wu Wei, you were brought here by the building owner, so you must see her often, right? The place you stay in must be much better than ours. Wu Wei tidied up the items on the table, pretending to be deaf as if he hadn't heard her. But inside his thoughts were twisting, writhing, and crawling in panic. A deadly question, his mind buzzed, and he immediately classified it as a level 1 alert. From now on, his persona would be playing deaf and dumb. Thinking Wu Wei hadn't heard clearly, Tu Zhozhou loudly asked again. This time, all 6 people in the row heard it clearly. Shen Ruoran looked at Wu Wei with amusement, curious to see how he would respond. Wu Wei, could you tell us more? I'm also very curious, Yuan Jiwei said, bringing over a stool and sitting eagerly to Wu Wei's right, sandwiching him together with Tu Zhozhou. Wu Wei. As a tacit teammate in the same group, Chen Maxing coughed lightly and helped him out. Building owner. Everyone has been busy for most of the day. Shouldn't we reward ourselves with a proper meal? Wu Wei's ears were instantly healed. He jumped up from his seat and rushed to Shen Ruoran's side, putting on a silly grin. Building owner, I'm so hungry. What are we eating later? Shen Ruoran laughed at him and decided to help him out. I'll distribute food to you all later. For now, I'll answer Tu Zhozhou's question for you. All right. Wu Wei's eyes were filled with gratitude. He had nearly not made it back alive. Tu Zhozhou followed Yuan Jiwei's example and moved her chair to sit beside Shen Ruoran. Yuan Jiwei, however, didn't move. Whenever he saw Shen Ruoran, he would recall the bloody scene in the building that night and instinctively avoid her gaze. The operating model of Wantong Building is different from the one over there. Here, supplies are distributed uniformly, and credit is allowed. Each person receives a fixed and equal amount of supplies daily. Over there, however, you earn first and then spend. You need to work properly to earn wealth value, then use it to purchase the supplies you need. Overall, Wantong Building and that other building aren't really different. Everything that should be there is there. As she spoke, Shen Ruoran casually brought up something she had already decided. Oh right, I'm short on workers over there, so I need to take a few people with me, including old Chan. Tu Zhozhou stiffened, her fingertips turning pale from shock. Building owner, why would you want to take old Chan? Are you joking? Chapter 63. Leaving Wantong Building. In recent days, food resources in Wantong Building had become increasingly scarce. Although most residents didn't show complaints or anxiety on the surface, they had been coming to the 23rd floor office area far more frequently than before. Some were very direct, specifically asking to see Old Chun by name. Seeing Old Chun reassured them. The inversion device required Old Chen's genetic activation once a month. As long as he was there, they believed Shen Ruoran would return. Tu Zhozhou thought the same. But the moment she heard that the building owner wanted to take Old Chen away, it felt like her world shattered and collapsed. Yuan Jiwei wore the same devastated expression as Tu Zhozhou. His voice was hoarse as if falling into a void, and he asked bluntly, "Building owner, if you take Old Chen away, are you abandoning this place?" A man in his 30s looked deeply hurt. Shen Ruoran blinked her big, confused eyes. She suddenly felt like both Yuan Jiwei and Tu Zhozhou had fallen into a low-pressure mood. Why do you think Wantong Building needs Old Chan as a link? The supplies I left here last time are enough for me alone to eat for several lifetimes. So do I look like someone who relies on the inversion device to survive? Her calm tone delivered the most arrogant statement. The two of them suddenly understood. That's right, the building owner lacked nothing. She had already said she was only curious about the advanced technology of the inversion device. Old Chen's presence wasn't necessary for her. Just an added bonus. Having figured it out, Tu Zhozhou gathered her courage and asked, "Then how often will you come here in the future?" Wantong Building had no conditions for farming and couldn't produce food. For herself and everyone here, Tu Zhozhou wanted to establish a clear connection with Shen Ruoran. Even though she knew that for Shen Ruoran, Wantong Building was a bottomless pit that consumed far more than it gave back. Although tasks had been assigned to them, compared to the massive supply of resources, it was like a drop in the ocean. Shen Ruoran had already thought about this. Taking Old Chen away hadn't originally been part of her plan, so she lowered her head and reconsidered whether her previous arrangements needed adjustment. Her dark hair fell beside her ears, making her look even more delicate. Tu Zhozhou pinched her palm. No, she couldn't be distracted by the building owner's beauty. She had to get clear answers about future plans. At that time, those two will be responsible for delivering supplies to Wantong Building. As for timing, they're still in their probation period, so they'll come at least twice within 7 days. Shen Ruoran pointed at Chan Maxin and Wu Wei. This is part of your patrol work outside the building. I'll tell you about the rest later. Building owner, those 7 days, when do they start? Tu Zhozhou's heart pounded wildly, her face flushed. This was the first time she had been so bold, insisting on getting a clear answer from the boss. Her question didn't touch any of Shen Ruoran's boundaries. To Shen Ruoran, it was just an ordinary question from a young girl, something she could answer in seconds. Starting tomorrow. As for which 2 days they come, they can arrange it freely. However, you can report to me if they don't meet the required number of visits within the set time. There will be certain penalties. Having received reassurance, Tu Zhozhou secretly let out a long breath of relief. Meanwhile, Chan Maxin and Wu Wei froze in place. Coming here twice within 7 days meant they had to check in regularly. The building owner's move brilliant. On the return journey, Wu Wei sat shakily in the submarine cockpit, adjusting his breathing, trying to calm his excitement as quickly as possible. The submarine the building owner had just produced looked from the outside about the same size as the one they took in the morning. But once inside, the space felt more than twice as large. Captain! Receiving the signal in Wu Wei's eyes, Chan Maxin pressed her lips together and nodded slightly. No need to dig deeper. The building owner is a good person. That's enough. What they had seen and heard in Wantong Building today completely dispelled Chan Maxin's curiosity about Shen Ruoran. Including Old Chan, 30 people cheerfully climbed into the submarine, carrying large and small bags, their eyes darting around excitedly as they examined the unfamiliar environment. They felt like they were about to live a better life. There were limited seats in the submarine. Those without seats simply sat on the floor, clutching their bags protectively, sitting quietly. By unspoken agreement, They left the largest and softest spot for Shen Ruoran. Wearing rain boots, Tu Zhozhou stood by the floor-to-ceiling window on the south side of the 10th floor, her nose tingling as she stared at the rapidly descending submarine. Stop looking. The building owner just gave us a lot of instructions, we should go carry them out, Yuan Jiwei said. Influenced by his colleague, his eyes were also red, his voice thick with emotion. Tu Zhozhou quietly gazed at the endless floodwaters surrounding the upper floors and responded with a soft All they could do was gamble. That even without Old Chen, Wantong Building would continue receiving Shen Ruoran's support. As the last to enter the submarine, Shen Ruoran yawned, walked straight to her exclusive seat, adjusted the controls and lay down. Building owner, I haven't driven this model of submarine before. Could you teach me? Wu Wei walked out of the cockpit awkwardly, rubbing his nose in embarrassment. As one of the few people in the country who had piloted safety vessels, this was his first time encountering an unfamiliar submarine. Half asleep, Shen Ruoran opened her eyes the next second, as if just remembering something. Oh right, I forgot to tell you. This submarine doesn't need manual control. It's voice-operated. Chapter 64. The Monster's Voice. Command from the owner received. Returning home immediately. Destination: Worker Survival Building. Inside the cockpit, Wu Wei sat frozen in complete disarray. Who was he? Who just spoke? What kind of bizarre, uncanny voice had he just heard? When Chen Ruoran walked in, he saw that his former teammate looked mentally unstable. He took a bottle of mineral water from the small fridge, twisted open the cap and handed it over. Wu Wei, what's wrong with you? With a look of someone ready to face death, Wu Wei stared blankly at Chen Ruoran. 3 seconds later, he grabbed his arm and shook it frantically. Thankfully, he hadn't completely lost his mind and kept his voice down. Captain, just now the building owner, she took out a monster's head, put it on, and then made this hoarse, drawn-out beast-like sound. It felt like a knife scraping across a throat, mine specifically. And the craziest part? It was speaking our language. Then the cockpit system received the command and responded naturally. Wu Wei swallowed nervously. You might not believe this, but I feel like this submarine has a mind of its own. Chen Ruoran naturally believed his teammate. It was the first time he had seen Wu Wei so emotionally shaken. Suspicious, he looked around the cockpit. It didn't seem much different from a normal submarine. He casually tapped a few panels, not even using much force. A massive surge of water suddenly slammed against the front glass, crashing heavily. As if venting anger. Chen Ruoran was thrown off balance by the force and fell to the ground. Wu Wei, who was seated, felt no better. His stomach churned with nausea. I'll go check on the building owner and the others, Chen Ruoran said after recovering, quickly opening the hatch. Behind the hatch, the building residents looked calm. Su Hui, seated in the third row, wanted to see the outside. Suppressing his excitement, he tiptoed slightly to glance toward Shen Ruoran, who was resting with her eyes closed at the front. His hand quietly moved the curtain, the metal rod making a faint creaking sound. He didn't dare pull it too fast, afraid of disturbing Shen Ruoran, so he was extra careful. Hearing movement from the cockpit, Su Hui immediately withdrew his hand and straightened his posture. His eyes fixed on the man walking out of the cockpit, fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, eyes wide as if searching for something. As he kept watching, Su Hui realized the man seemed to be approaching him. He suddenly felt uneasy. Hello. Did anything happen here just now? Since this man was looking directly at him, Chen Ruoran forced what he believed to be a friendly smile and asked in a gentle tone. A special forces captain who had spent years in life and death situations had a sharp, intimidating face. Whether he smiled or not, he still looked like he was glaring. Su Hui shook his head nervously, not daring to admit that he had caused any disturbance. Chen Ruoran paused, then asked again. Are you sure nothing at all happened just now? I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have opened the curtain out of curiosity about the flood outside. Su Hui apologized sincerely. If he had known the people in the cockpit had such sharp hearing, he wouldn't have dared to touch the curtain. Chen Ruoran glanced at the half-open curtain beside Su Hui, then at the other tightly closed windows, and realized Su Hui had misunderstood. That's not what I meant. There's no rule against opening the curtains. What I want to ask is, Did you feel the submarine shaking violently just now? Su Hui relaxed and lightly patted his chest. No, it's as steady as riding in a car. The quality is top-notch. He gave a thumbs up. Chen Ruoran nodded in understanding and asked one final question. You didn't fall asleep after boarding, right? He was worried Su Hui might have been asleep and misjudged things. Su Hui was surprised. The question felt strange, but he kept a normal expression. No, I was planning to look outside through the glass. Chen Ruoran. Su Hui let out a sigh of relief. Since the man didn't object, it meant he was allowed to keep looking outside. The curtain remained half open, but Su Hui didn't dare pull it further. He didn't want to go through another interrogation. Pressing half his thin face against the glass, he stared in shock at everything in the flooded zone. Even the end of the world wouldn't be much worse than this. Back in the cockpit, even though the submarine was currently in automatic mode and required no human control, Wu Wei still dutifully sat in the pilot's seat, nervously monitoring the surroundings, ready to trigger emergency protocols at any time. Hearing the hatch open behind him, Wu Wei turned around anxiously. Captain, how's it outside? Is it serious? Chen Ruoran hesitated, then after a long pause finally squeezed out a sentence. Chapter 65. Exiting the submarine. It was probably because I tapped the control panel just now and offended Mr. Submarine, so only the two of us experienced the shaking. Driven by survival instinct, Chen Ruoran's way of addressing the submarine instantly became respectful. Wu Wei's face changed in fright, his mouth hanging wide open for a long time without closing. A chill crept up his spine. Captain, I suddenly feel really uneasy. The three-dimensional fan-shaped cockpit now looked like the gaping mouth of a giant monster. Chen Ruoran's legs trembled slightly as well. Although he had experienced countless bizarre things around Shen Ruoran, this level of terror was a first. But he quickly convinced himself. Wu Wei. This might also be one of the building owner's special abilities. As long as we don't do anything to harm the submarine, we'll be fine. Wu Wei nodded resignedly, the hellish roar still echoing in his ears. First floor of the worker survival building. Hey! Ha! Ho! With nothing to do, Li Fei used the open space outside the security booth to practice boxing, training his body and maintaining peak combat strength. Sweat flowed down his jet black hair as he punched for 2 hours, thoroughly satisfied. Not far away, a small black dot reflecting light caught his attention. Just as Li Fei was about to get closer for a better look, in the next second the small dot revealed itself to be a massive submarine, perfectly aligned with the first floor entrance, occupying most of the space. The very front of the submarine was only 1 centimeter away from the security booth. The top hatch opened. The first to step out was Shen Ruoran. She lazily yawned and walked toward the elevator, casually assigning a task to Li Fei. We brought back 30 people. If Chen Ruoran and Wu Wei get too busy later, give them a hand. Li Fei raised his hand above his head, gathering his breath. Roger. Old Chen, being elderly and not very mobile, was helped out by Wu Wei. Thank you. Standing upright on the first floor, Old Chen still felt a sense of unreality. His gaze swept over the luxurious wall decorations, and his weathered hand touched the door of the security booth, feeling both unfamiliar and familiar. My God, the flood can't get in here! Someone in the crowd shouted excitedly. Another person cheered. Damn! Is this the legendary paradise? After all the luggage was unloaded, the hatch above closed automatically. The submarine quickly floated upward and disappeared from everyone's sight. You can leave your luggage here for now. Li Fei will watch it for you. Everyone, head to the Wealth Value Loan Bank on the 10th floor first. To live in this building, wealth value, the circulating currency, is essential. Chen Ruoran instructed as he led the group. Since the heavy rains began, Huang Xinyue hadn't had the chance to cut her hair. Her bangs had grown down to her eyes, seriously affecting her vision. As she brushed her hair aside, she marveled at the flood-proof building. Hearing that they were going to the Wealth Value Loan Bank, Huang Xinyue, currently a sophomore who had taken an elective course in Principles of Accounting, suddenly let her hand drop, her thick bangs falling back down. Hello, sir. Since wealth value can be borrowed, do we have fixed ways to earn it? If there was no way to repay it, borrowing wealth value would be no different from a slow death. Chen Ruoran nodded. Of course. After you complete the loan process at the bank, you'll return to the first floor rental registration area. Job postings will be displayed there. Choose based on your skills. Su Hui silently memorized this. Later, he had to rush to the front and pick an easy job with high pay and wealth value. The elevator stopped at the 10th floor. Chen Ruoran pointed Huang Xinyue and the others toward the bank, then stayed where he was to wait for the next group. The 30 people from Wantong building, including himself and Wu Wei, would need at least 3 elevator trips. Wu Wei was bringing up the rear with the last group, so he had to wait for the second group here. With the mindset that getting there first gave an advantage in job selection, Su Hui walked at the front, far ahead of the others. Building owner? You're here at the bank too. Su Hui chuckled awkwardly, glancing around trying to find the staff so he could be the first to handle the loan procedures. But after looking around he felt puzzled. Why was such a large bank staffed by only Shen Ruoran? Building owner. Who do we go to here to handle the loan? Chapter 66. New employee onboarding. Changkangta. Shen Ruoran. Oh, the staff for the wealth value loan bank haven't started work yet, so I'll handle it for now. As she spoke, she handed over a series of booklets carefully designed and printed by Bo Jia. Wealth value loan instructions, building survival guide, building rental guide, and more. The others entered one after another, tactfully picking up the guides and reading them carefully. Old Man Chen didn't know many characters, so the person next to him read it aloud for him in a moderate voice that didn't disturb others. The old man listened attentively, afraid of missing any important information. Shen Ruoran opened the safe, took out a stack of blank forms and cleared her throat. Who wants to apply for a wealth value loan first? Me. Su Hui eagerly volunteered, scrambling to go first. With both hands on the counter, he sneaked glances at the blank forms beside Shen Ruoran, taking the opportunity to cautiously raise a question about the loan system. He wanted to decide how much to borrow based on her answer. Hello, building owner. The guide says that if you haven't repaid your initial loan, you can't borrow again later. So if I borrow 3 points of wealth value now and it's not enough, can I come back later the same day to borrow a bit more? Shen Ruoran refused decisively. Allowing a second loan on the same day would waste her time. She had no interest in coming here twice a day. Her rest time wasn't to be disturbed. Su Hui gave an awkward smile. If he only had one chance to borrow wealth value in the coming days, that made things tricky. He thought about the supplies in his luggage. 1 thin blanket. 1 set of clothes. A bottle of mineral water with 1/5 remaining. And 2 small packs of Oreo cookies he had been saving. Back when Shi Jingtao was alive and managing Wantong building. Just these 4 items could sustain Su Hui for a week. As long as he lay still and moved as little as possible, taking extremely tiny sips or bites only when absolutely necessary, he could last half a day each time. Then I'll borrow 3 points of wealth value. After weighing his options, Su Hui pressed his fingerprint. At present, the lowest known internship wage in the building was 1.5 wealth value per day. In 7 days that would be 10.5 wealth value. Repaying 3 points within a week and reducing interest was easily achievable for Su Hui. 3 points was a safe choice. The next man also borrowed 3 points. When it was old Man Chen's turn, Shen Ruoran flipped open the building floor information and pressed her finger on the dot, marking the 26th floor ecological breeding area. Old Chun, your job has already been decided. Once you've settled in, go here and find Lai Yeching. He'll arrange your work. As soon as she finished speaking, the system automatically detected that Old Chen needed voice assistance and broadcast his job details aloud. Name Changkangtai. Identity 1. General worker in the ecological farming zone. Salary. 1.5 wealth value per day. Internship. Work nature. Random. Tasks will be issued by the building owner via the system panel, or assigned by the ecological zone supervisor Lai Yeching. All work must be related to crops or livestock. Identity 2. Employee without rented housing. Rent burden. None yet. Balance. 0 wealth value. Debt. 3 wealth value. Monthly interest rate. 1%. For each week repaid early, interest decreases by 0.2%. Huang Xinhua looked at old Chen with envy, practically drooling with jealousy. They were struggling workers desperately looking for jobs, while old Chen, relying on his high-tech inversion device, had directly secured a position, almost like having a guaranteed post. Perhaps due to herd mentality, all 30 newcomers borrowed 3 points of wealth value. First floor. Su Hui rushed ahead and burst into the registration desk where Jia Feifei was stationed. "Hello, where can I apply for a job?" The breeze from his movement lifted the stray hair on Jia Feifei's forehead. After tidying herself slightly, she pointed to a whiteboard not far away listing the building's current job openings. "Look at that board. Oh, and this is the rental registration desk. You can also check out the housing options here. Pick a room type you like. It's first come, first served." The crowd split into 2 groups, one gathered at the rental desk, the other crowded around the whiteboard. Cleaner, max 4 people. Responsible for cleaning public areas from B2 to the 31st floor, including corridors and stairwells. Doctor, no limit. Work in the clinic. Nurse, no limit. Work in the clinic. Book cafe organizer, max 2 people. Responsible for organizing books, cashiering, restocking. Supermarket staff, 1 for fresh food section, 2 cashiers, 1 for daily goods section. Chapter 67 Newly recruited positions. Factory workers, tentatively 15 people. Responsible for assembly line production. Must be diligent, steady, and hardworking. Internet cafe administrators, no more than 4. Responsible for managing computers and the IT room. Warehouse administrators, no more than 2. Responsible for inventory registration, transport, etc. Catering partners, no more than 6 for now. Once hired, they will have decision-making, management, and hiring authority over the restaurant. Salary is tied to daily profits. Experimental researchers, graduate degree or above in science/engineering fields. Outstanding undergraduates may be considered. Ocean engineers, a newly introduced field. Requires strong professional knowledge and experience living or working near the sea. The job listings at the top looked normal, but when people read the last 2, especially the final one, their eyes widened in disbelief. No one had ever heard of such a profession. Creating an ocean sounded like pure fantasy. Su Hui looked stunned, his dark, rough fingers hovering awkwardly in the air as he speculated. Ocean engineer? Could the building owner be hiring people to clean up the ocean filled with corpses out in the wild? He said it casually, but quite a few people believed him, frowning as they seriously considered the feasibility. Chen Maxin and Wu Wei exchanged shocked glances, their pupils shrinking sharply. Based on what they had learned about Shen Ruoran these past few days, Su Hui's guess was definitely not her intention. Instead, the building owner wanted to create an ocean inside this building. Wu Wei's breathing grew rapid. Receiving a subtle signal from Chen Maxin, he pressed his lips together, knowing it wasn't something to spread around. He tried hard to calm himself. But with the current conditions of the Xinju Garden building, could it really create a vast ocean? Rationally, Wu Wei knew it was impossible. But the one proposing it was Shen Ruoran, the all-powerful building owner in everyone's eyes. Maybe, just maybe, one day the world's first indoor ocean would truly appear. "Hello, sirs, I'd like to ask, how do I apply for a job I'm interested in?" Su Hui had already chosen his position. After carefully tidying his appearance, he looked around but didn't see Shen Ruoran. To him, Jia Feifei, busy handling rental registrations, and Chen Maxin and Wu Wei, who had been accompanying them, didn't seem like interviewers. But the building owner wasn't on this floor either, which left Su Hui confused. He grabbed Chen Maxin, his gaze flicking between the 2 men, his tone slightly anxious. Chen Maxin calmly pulled his hand away. Hiring for building staff has always been handled personally by the building owner. Everyone can wait here for a bit. If you've chosen your desired job, you can go next door to secure a room first, then come back and wait for the building owner's interview. More than 10 minutes passed, and Shen Ruoran still hadn't appeared. The 30 people from Wantong building gradually finished choosing their accommodations. They all chose hostel-style rooms. There were 8-person, 6-person, 4-person, and 2-person rooms. Huang Xinhua ended up sharing a room with Yuxi, a mature woman 15 years older than her. After confirming they were roommates, they started chatting about the jobs they wanted. Huang Xinhua, who loved reading, hoped to work in the book cafe. Yu Shi, who had previously been a strong career woman and never married, had a bold, risk-taking spirit. She had carefully observed the building's housing information. There was enough space to accommodate hundreds of people. Right now, the population in the building was still small. If she became one of the catering partners and took over a restaurant with full control, then when a large number of residents eventually moved in, the restaurant business would explode with profits. This moment was the perfect time to realize her plan. Restaurant slots were limited. First come, first served. If she waited too long, she might not get the opportunity. Wow! Sister Yu Shi, you're amazing. You're actually going to open a restaurant. Huang Xinyua's eyes sparkled as she grinned foolishly, already imagining herself getting a 20% discount at Yu Shi's restaurant because they were roommates. Chapter 68. Interview for Warehouse Administrator. When Shen Ruoran arrived, the registration area was noisy. A few voices were getting louder and louder, clearly reaching her ears. Brother, just from what I can see, each floor here is at least 2,000 square meters. The warehouse alone must be at least 1,000 square meters. That's a lot of goods to move. With your thin arms and legs, you definitely won't be able to handle it. What if you injure yourself? How would you even get treated? You've got a point. There aren't even any doctors or nurses in the building yet. And none of us from Wantong Building have a medical background either. Getting treatment would be difficult. By the way, what job are you planning to apply for? Me? With my strong build, I'm definitely suited to be a warehouse administrator. Hearing this exchange by chance, Shen Ruoran let out a soft laugh, a charming dimple appearing at the corner of her lips. That buzz-cut burly guy was quite something. The building owner is here. Hello, building owner. The job-seeking crowd, upon noticing her arrival, couldn't hide their nervous excitement. They greeted her enthusiastically, hoping to leave a good impression. Shen Ruoran smiled and nodded. Anyone here applying to be an ocean engineer? Everyone stood up straight, looking unusually well behaved, but no one raised a hand. This was exactly what she expected. She continued. Any doctors or nurses? Still silence. What about experimental researchers? When she was about to ask about the fourth position, she had originally intended to prioritize interviewing catering partners. But since no one qualified for the first three, she decided to go with a position that would definitely have applicants. Those applying for warehouse administrator, come with me into the office. Two people entered. They were precisely the two men Shen Ruoran had overheard earlier talking about applying for the position. Unhurried, Shen Ruoran poured herself a glass of water and sat down in a soft leather office chair, gently rocking side to side. No one else. She had expected many applicants for the warehouse role. Turning her chair slightly forward, she glanced toward the half-closed office door and spoke candidly. From your conversation earlier, I thought a lot of people were competing for this position. Exposed by the building owner, the burly man flushed with embarrassment. Building owner, I was just trying to discourage competitors in advance, but I didn't use any dirty tricks. Everything I said was true. Oh, I see. From what you said, I thought there would be more applicants, so I put this interview earlier in the schedule. As the number of residents in the building grew, the need for warehouse management would only increase. Having two people in charge was necessary. After asking Wang Feng and Sealing a few simple questions, Shen Ruoran announced that they were hired. One fat and one thin, the two men happily hugged each other, celebrating that they had secured long-term survival in the midst of disaster. At the same time, their personal system panels automatically updated with their employee information. Name Wang Feng. Identity 1. Warehouse Administrator. Salary. 3 wealth value per day. Work nature. Responsible for inventory registration, transport and related tasks. Name Sealing. Identity 1. Warehouse Administrator. Salary. 3 wealth value per day. Work nature. Responsible for inventory registration, transport and related tasks. They were more than satisfied with the salary. Working just one day would be enough to repay their debt, leaving them with no financial pressure at all. To save money for food, Wang Feng and Sealing both chose the cheapest hostel-style 8-person room. Coincidentally, they were on the same floor, making work coordination easier. Shen Ruoran conducted interviews very quickly. Groups of people entered nervously and left excitedly. Those who weren't selected didn't need a second interview. Shen Ruoran directly assigned them positions based on their abilities. Yushi successfully became the only catering partner in the building for now. When choosing a location for her shop, she selected a spot near the elevator, but at some distance from the main building cafeteria. The shop was already fully equipped with pots, pans, tables, and utensils. Chapter 69. Catering Partner Yushi. Auntie Zhou, when there weren't many people living in the building before, were you able to sell all the food you made? Yushi held a silver tray with both hands, pretending to think about what dishes to order for lunch, while casually probing about the restaurant's business situation. The building's information hub, Bojia, had already told Zhou about the arrival of the first catering partner, and even described Yushi's appearance. Almost like a chivalrous warning about a potential rival. So Zhou immediately recognized the woman in front of her. Short hair at ear length, a blue sweater on top, black pants below. Simple, capable, and efficient looking. She was the building's only catering partner. The restaurant's profits and losses were handled entirely by Shen Ruoran. Zhou was just an employee. She used public funds to buy ingredients, and when customers ate at the restaurant, the wealth value transactions went through the building's account. None of it had anything to do with her personally. Although she could tell what Yushi was really trying to ask, Zhou didn't expose her. Holding a ladle, she tapped it lightly over the sauerkraut fish dish. I usually control the portions. People in the building have good appetites, so there's usually only a little left. Sometimes even the soup gets completely finished. This sauerkraut fish is a new dish. Want to try some? Yushi still wanted to extract more information from Zhou, so she didn't dare refuse. She nodded repeatedly. Yes, I'll have some. She extended her tray to receive the food. Auntie, I'll just have this one meat dish for now. Let me think about which vegetable dish to pick. Oh right. Since there's usually not much left over, you must be making good money, right? While lining up for food, Yushi had declined Huang Xinyue's invitation to eat together, and deliberately lingered at the end of the line. Her goal was to gather more information from Zhou. Her life philosophy had always been clear. If she did something, she would do it to the best of her ability, giving it her all without holding back. So she wanted the restaurant she opened to be one that people in the building praised and frequented. Knowing Yushi would continue lingering, Zhou took another tray and served herself first. A ladle of sauerkraut fish, a ladle of stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers, and a ladle of stir-fried winter melon. A standard 2-meat 1-vegetable combo. As the restaurant's cook, and also the one who washed vegetables and dishes, Zhou naturally made full use of her job's perks. When Yushi didn't get a response right away and was about to carefully phrase her question again, Zhou picked up a pair of chopsticks and placed them on her tray. Let's sit and eat together later. Whatever you want to ask, we can talk about it while eating. For now, let me serve your food first. Caught in her small scheme, Yushi blushed in embarrassment but didn't hide it. She admitted it openly. Alright, thank you, Auntie. They found an empty 4-person table. Zhou gestured for Yushi to sit across from her. What should I call you? Yushi. Auntie Zhou, you can just call me Xiaoyu. Zhou said. Xiaoyu, from the very first thing you said, you called me by my full name. Who told you that? In fact, longtime residents like Lai Yeqing and Chan Maxin didn't even know Zhou surname. They all followed Bojia's way of calling her Aunt Qing. When Yushi accurately said Zhou already knew the answer. The building owner told me. You probably guessed already, before this I applied for the position of catering partner. Like you, it's a role where I'm responsible for my own profits and losses. During a short conversation with the building owner, I listed all my concerns about opening a shop. She suggested I come ask you what types of food would be good to add to the building's dining options. As for asking about profits, that wasn't something Shen Ruoran brought up. It was something Yushi wanted to know herself. The restaurant she opened could either become a competitor fighting for customers, or a complementary partner in the building's food ecosystem. Chapter 70. The rarely lively night in the building. She wanted to gather enough information before deciding the positioning of her restaurant. After confirming that the building owner had indeed given Yuxi a business opportunity, Zhou Qing felt less restrained and explained things seriously. The restaurant and the catering partner's shop operated under different models. One was directly managed by Shen Ruoran, who paid Zhou Qing a fixed daily wage. The other was outsourced to Yuxi, where the partner bore any losses themselves, and if profitable, would share revenue with Shen Ruoran according to a fixed ratio each month. Auntie, thank you for telling me so much. What kind of shop do you think would be good to open in the building? Zhou Qing was good at cooking but not particular about food herself. After thinking for a moment, she was afraid her opinion might lead Yuxi astray, so she gave a more neutral suggestion. Yuxi, you could ask other people in the building like you asked me. If you open a restaurant that most people like, business won't go wrong. Yuxi's eyes suddenly lit up. Right, she could survey everyone and then make the most cost-effective decision. Thank you, Auntie. I'll try to ask everyone in the building tomorrow. Her appetite returned as she picked up her chopsticks and took a slice of thin, tender fish. The fish melted in her mouth, fresh and flavorful. The pickled cabbage added just the right touch, making it especially appetizing. The rice, full and glossy, was clearly made from high-quality grains. Yuxi took a big mouthful and for the first time, felt that even plain rice could taste like a delicacy. It was unbelievably delicious. Even Yuxi, who usually enjoyed good food, couldn't stop praising Zhou Qing's cooking. The other tables of people from Wantong Building were also expressing their love for the freshly made meals with action. They ate as if they were licking the plates clean. Auntie, your cooking is amazing. I'll head back to my dorm and think about how to conduct my survey tomorrow. See you. When the building only had a dozen people, everyone would go back to rest after dinner and rarely linger on other floors. Now that nearly 50 people were living in the building, the nights had become much livelier than before. A large group was gathering for chats and games. Yuxi declined Huang Xinyue's invitation to play cards and curled up alone on her bed, using her legs as a writing surface. She had asked Jia Feifei for a stack of discarded paper. Though it was creased and marked with pen stains, it didn't stop her from turning it into preparatory materials for her business plan. Yuxi focused on 3 questions. 1. What types of food or drinks would you like to have in the building? No more than 5. 2. How often would you want to eat your favorite food? 3. Would you be willing to work part-time at the restaurant outside your working hours? As someone with strong entrepreneurial drive, Yuxi was among the minority. Meanwhile, Huang Xinyue, who received a fixed salary, was currently sitting in the first-floor activity center, dominating the card table with explosive plays. Her small face was flushed with excitement, yet she played mercilessly, locking her opponents down completely. Pair of 2s. Damn, you even have a pair of 2s after that king bomb? Girl, your luck is insane. Huang Xinyue smiled sweetly and followed up with a 10 card straight. Su Hui slapped his thigh in regret. Ah, I could have played that earlier. Now I can't counter anything at all. My straight isn't that long either, what a pity, Xiling pouted. Fortunately, since Huang Xinyue was a beginner they had dragged into the game, she had firmly refused to gamble anything, so losing didn't matter. This damn beginner's luck. Meanwhile, Luchuan quietly made his way up to the 24th floor. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, confirming no one was paying attention to him, then let out a breath of relief and entered the laboratory through facial recognition. Chapter 71. Laboratory Power Outage. He quickly changed into his lab gear, excitedly rubbing his hands together before beginning his nighttime experimental data measurements. The instruments lit up and entered operating mode. Half a minute later they all shut off. Only the energy-saving light in the changing room, powered by sound, remained on. Almost at the same moment, Luchuan's employee panel automatically popped up a line of text. Automatic nighttime laboratory power shut down. Overtime work is not encouraged. Luchuan. As expected, unwilling to give up, Luchuan walked in the dark toward the main power switch. Following the faint available light, he checked the switch status. It was clearly on. So the building owner was definitely interfering behind the scenes. For someone like Luchuan, a research fanatic, he always wanted to stay in the lab at all times. After Chen Machine's team stabilized their life in the building, they rarely held emergency meetings at night anymore. Luchuan spent his days in the lab, and had become a frequent visitor there at night as well. He was so absorbed in his work that a few times he didn't return to his room until after midnight. Coincidentally, one night around midnight, Shen Ruoran suddenly craved barbecue but was too lazy to clean up afterward. While heading down to the third-floor restaurant via elevator, she ran into Luchuan. At that time, Shen Ruoran narrowed her eyes slightly and said in a displeased tone, "Professor Lu, are you trying to shorten your lifespan by staying in the lab so late?" Her voice was cold and sharp, full of pressure. For a man who had always lived a smooth, successful life in his 30s, Luchuan felt an intense, unfamiliar fear rising from deep within him for the first time. It was like being surrounded by a pack of fanged beasts, suffocating at the edge of life and death. "Building owner, have I offended you in any way?" he asked, forcing himself to suppress the inexplicable fear. Shen Ruoran's eyes grew deep. Although a long time had passed, that near-death feeling she once experienced still remained like a thorn in her mind. She did not want anyone around her to repeat the same fate, especially not rare anti-nuclear scientific talent. "You haven't offended me," Shen Ruoran paused, then said seriously, "but long-term lack of sleep and overthinking will kill you." She then gave a detailed explanation of the causes and mechanisms of sudden death, finally concluding, "Based on my experience, if you continue like this, you will die of sudden death within a week." Luchuan naturally knew about sudden death. He was highly knowledgeable and very familiar with his own physical condition. He had a typical academic body. As long as he didn't push himself too hard and slept before 3 a.m., he would naturally wake up around 7 a.m. Nothing had ever gone wrong. "Thank you for your concern, building owner," Luchuan said gratefully, nodding slightly. However, he did not accept her conclusion. "My schedule has always been like this for many years. Besides, Qing University conducts 2 full-body deep health checks every year, and my indicators are excellent. Staying up late and waking early is my stable biological rhythm. It won't harm my health." In the face of global disaster, what researchers lacked most was not resources but time. Continuous flooding brought countless hidden dangers, not to mention the nuclear-contaminated, radiation-filled zones far away. Sooner or later, they would spread across the entire planet. Determination flared in Luchuan's eyes. On this point, even if the other party was the building owner, he would not back down. Even though he knew her intentions were kind. But nuclear research could not wait. Luchuan could not wait either. Dark shadows lingered under his eyes. He had actually left out one detail. Although his physical exams were fine, doctors had still advised against maintaining such a schedule. It would eventually lead to serious problems. Shen Ruoran had no intention of continuing the discussion. "Oh, next time I catch you staying up this late again, I'll just cut the power directly." A final blow. Chapter 72. Buying electricity. Luchuan's urge to control his research subsided for a few days. The notes on his desk had been updated a great deal during this time. He urgently needed a large amount of experimental data to support them. Today, 30 people suddenly entered the building. Luchuan thought Shen Ruoran probably wouldn't pay attention to him while expanding the building's personnel, so he tried to exploit a loophole and sneak into the laboratory. But he never expected that the building's electricity control system would be so exquisitely intelligent. If he didn't clearly prioritize which experiments were essential, Luchuan would have really wanted to study the building's special operating mechanism, and also the inverter device Shen Ruoran casually placed in the supermarket. That thing, he felt like he had heard of it before. But now he couldn't remember it at all. Clearly his memory was excellent. He had always had a photographic memory. In the lab he flipped the switch on and off again. Still unwilling to give up, Luchuan sat in his chair and waited a few minutes. Just as he was considering going to the supermarket to buy a few flashlights for local lighting, the system panel, as if reading his mind, popped up with a highly tempting option. Spend 2 points to purchase 2 hours of nighttime laboratory electricity. Confirm payment? Luchuan was overjoyed. Even if it cost him everything, he would be willing. He blurted out excitedly, Buy it. I'll pay immediately." Meanwhile, on a large TV screen connected to a game disc, a cool hooded red character moved with agile steps and precise attacks, clearing one stage after another, chaining combos all the way to the final boss with countless snake heads. During the loading screen for the next level, Shen Ruoran glanced at the income notification at the top of the panel. She curved her lips slightly in satisfaction. She really was clever. If Luchuan wanted to stay in the lab longer, then he had to pay for it with wealth points. 2 hours for 2 points. Even someone like Bo couldn't afford that kind of loan. But for Luchuan, who earned 20 wealth points per day, spending 2 points was nothing at all. In this way, Luchuan wouldn't overwork himself in the lab because of the time limit, and every night he would still have to transfer her 2 points for electricity. A win-win situation. Huge profit. On the screen, the red character continued his adventure in the dark forest. His massive fists punched forward with rhythmic thud-thud strikes. The next day, Wu Wei, the default caretaker of the team, routinely collected everyone's wealth points and went downstairs to buy supplies for the group. According to their previous arrangement, Luchuan earned the highest salary and temporarily bore the largest share, while the others earned less and paid smaller portions. Professor Lu, ever since the building was upgraded and the bank system appeared, prices have gone up too. Luckily your high salary is supporting us, otherwise our lives would be much more difficult. Wu Wei immediately scolded himself inwardly for his wild imagination. TSK. The great and selfless Professor Lu had always treated wealth points like dirt. How could he possibly act stingy? It must be his misunderstanding. Feeling ashamed of his narrow thinking, Wu Wei raised 5 fingers and said apologetically, 5 wealth points. Luchuan secretly pouted a little, then transferred the 5 points. If he were alone, all his daily income would go into buying lab electricity. He even considered trying to persuade the boss to allow him to spend more wealth points at night for longer power usage. But Wu Wei and the others had come to be city because of him. In every sense, what he should bear, he had to bear. The group's shared funds were now much higher than before. After thinking for a moment, Luchuan still asked, Wu Wei, have prices downstairs really doubled recently? Mentioning this, Wu Wei gave an awkward laugh. Their team had recently started a business in order to speed up earning 2,000 wealth points. However, rising costs in the supermarket meant they were still barely breaking even. Fortunately, business had improved slightly these past 2 days with more people around. What kind of business are you doing? Luchuan asked curiously. He was quite interested. How could this group of Special Forces soldiers make money in a world without guns and ammunition? Chapter 73. Yushi Barbecue Shop. Wu Wei smiled awkwardly. Mainly it's Owen and Tang Chainen running a business, selling some hometown specialties. I helped them purchase raw materials. In truth, Wu Wei had slightly concealed some details from Luchuan. Previously, the number of residents in the building was too small, and Owen and Tang Chainen's hometown specialties business had been unstable, sometimes good and sometimes bad. So they had developed other side jobs as well. For example, teaching Bojia boxing. They did sparring sessions. Owen, considering Bojia's small frame, tied a wooden board to his left hand in advance to restrict his movement, and fought him using only one hand. During the process he only used half his strength. But in the end the boy managed a surprise counterattack and unleashed astonishing power, leaving Owen with a rare minor injury. Teaching Zhou Qing a fitness routine. At the client's strong request, they mixed in extremely brainwashing square dance music during exercise. As a result, Tang Chainen developed insomnia. Outside was the sound of dark rain pouring heavily, while in his mind a repetitive square dance melody played for over an hour, making him feel anxious and unsettled. Becoming Jia Feifei's motivational coach. When free, they demonstrated boxing, push-ups, and sparring for her. For some reason, Owen and Tang Chainen always felt that Jia Feifei looked at them strangely, as if she were shipping them as a couple, which was unsettling. Now that the building had more people, Owen and Tang Chainen had gained more potential customers. Thinking of this, Wu Wei smiled with satisfaction. Professor Lu, once our teammates' business grows bigger, will also count as investors. You'll have the biggest share. By then, even if the boss only allows paid access to the lab, you'll be able to afford an annual pass. This sentence struck directly at Luchuan's few remaining interests and ambitions. For the first time in his life, Luchuan decided to bend to capitalism. A faint smile appeared on his lips. His glasses just happened to hide his bright, shining eyes. The introverted Luchuan even took the initiative to high-five Wu Wei for the first time. An annual pass to the lab. Truly an irresistible temptation. With the increase in population, various industries began to emerge in the building. In the food sector, aside from Yushi's barbecue shop, there were many small stalls selling wooden tools, cloth shoes, companionship chatting and psychological counseling, candied hawthorn, cold noodles, milk tea. The vendors discovered that setting up stalls was profitable and had great potential. After discussing among themselves, they gathered the courage to approach Shen Ruoran, intending to resign from their original roles and focus entirely on their stalls. At the entrance of a private dining room on the 3rd floor. Sister Hua, do you think the boss will be angry if she sees all of us standing here together? Xiling was sensitive by nature and worried Shen Ruoran would be displeased. After all, in normal society, when employees collectively resign, bosses rarely take it well. Hua Fian rolled up her floral sleeve over her dark arm and glared at him. Stop guessing about the boss. She's wise. We've been setting up stalls in the hallway. She's seen us several times already, and has she ever said anything? Xiling wanted to say more, but the man beside him covered his mouth. Don't jinx it. Before the apocalypse, we were all independent business owners or freelancers. We're just doing what we're good at. That's how the building can develop better, right? Everyone nodded in agreement. In the past, when business was good, they could earn 4-digit daily income. As long as the boss gave them time, they could definitely reach their former peak again. Earn a lot of wealth points. The curtain was pulled open. Shen Ruoran's expression was unclear. The group, who had been noisy just moments ago, immediately fell silent and lowered their heads respectfully. You want to resign? While eating a seafood feast inside the private room, Shen Ruoran had already heard what they were arguing about outside. Hua Fian, as the organizer of this action, cleared her throat, bowed respectfully to Shen Ruoran, and spoke politely. Chapter 74 Building Vendors. Yes, boss, Hua Fian said. We're used to running stalls and small shops on the streets. If possible, we'd like to formally apply to run full-time stalls and do small business here. After saying this, Hua Fian had already lost the aggressive aura she had when she glared at Xiling earlier. She respectfully bowed a second time. The others followed her lead and all expressed goodwill toward Shen Ruoran. Shen Ruoran did not answer immediately. She swept a faint glance over the group, her fair, slender fingers lightly rubbing together as she lowered her gaze in silence. After a moment, Xiling, unable to withstand the pressure, began to tremble slightly in his legs. He had a bad feeling. Would the boss, because of their disrespect, revoke their temporary residence rights and send them back to Wantong Building? If she was in a worse mood, maybe she would just throw them into the sea. Born in the countryside, Hua Fian had dropped out of high school early to make a living. She had seen all kinds of people. Although she couldn't fully read Shen Ruoran's thoughts, her intuition told her something different from Xiling's fear. At most, Shen Ruoran would just refuse. Come in and talk, Shen Ruoran said, returning to the private room, leaving the confused group behind. Then let's go in and talk? Hua Fian was the first to lift the curtain and step inside. This was the restaurant's only private room. Zhou Qing and Bo Jia had spent 2 nights specially cleaning it up for Shen Ruoran alone. The crystal tables and chairs inside made it feel like stepping into a luxury 5-star hotel. Standing there, it even gave people the illusion that breathing might cost money. On the rotating crystal round table sat a huge seafood feast. King crabs, abalone, prawns, black tiger shrimp, all had already been eaten, and their shells were neatly piled together. The vendors swallowed hard, staring directly at the pile of shells. They wondered if there was still any meat left inside. How much wealth value do you earn in a day from your stalls? Shen Ruoran pushed her bowl and chopsticks aside. Her gaze carried a hint of inquiry, and the faint pressure she gave off was overwhelming. Hua Fian and the others exchanged glances, silently communicating. The middle-income one speaks first. A woman wearing a green sleeve guard smiled broadly and spoke first. Boss, I've been doing needlework for decades, so I'm fairly skilled. I mainly sell woven clothes, sleeves, cloth shoes, or charge a small amount of wealth points to mend clothes for people in the building. I earn about 4 wealth points a day. After costs, maybe around 3 points. Shen Ruoran looked at the others, resting her chin lightly on her left wrist, signaling the next person to continue. Feeling a light pat on his back, Siling immediately understood and took over. Boss, my family used to run a general store. After my parents passed away, I kept it going, so I have some attachment to this kind of work. In the building, I offer companionship and emotional relief services. It's actually quite profitable. On a good day, I can earn up to 6 wealth points. Cough. You can relieve others? Shen Ruoran couldn't help but laugh at Siling's words. Then, realizing she might be mocking him, she quickly restrained her expression and adopted a serious tone. Siling, explain in detail. How exactly do you relieve others? As the boss, I care about the daily lives of tenants. Siling scratched his head awkwardly, his smile a little forced. When people are sad, if they meet someone who has it worse than them, they tend to feel better. So he would tell them in detail about all the unfortunate things he had experienced since childhood. It always helped ease customers' sadness. Most people in the building had been hit hard by the endless torrential rains and couldn't adjust to the sudden changes in life. As a result, Siling's emotional relief service was unexpectedly popular. Chapter 75. Hua Fian. Being able to come up with such an unconventional way to earn wealth points, this really counted as genius. And it also took tremendous courage. It was equivalent to repeatedly peeling open one's own scars in front of others every day. Shen Ruoran didn't say anything further. She glanced at Hua Fian and listened to the results of her stall business. Hua Fian tidied her slightly messy hair and spoke gently. Hello boss, my name is Hua Fian. I used to sell vegetables in the market, mostly self-grown and self-sold. Since there aren't many people in the building who cook for themselves, and vegetables imported from ecological farming zones don't really have a market here, I now sell small snacks I make myself. I earn about 3 wealth points a day. After hearing everyone's reports, Shen Ruoran did a quick calculation and felt their numbers were slightly exaggerated. Are the figures you just gave me the daily income deposited into your accounts? Then what is the actual profit after deducting costs? For someone like Hua Fian, who had run her own business for years and understood cash flow very well, she quickly reported the real daily profit. It was less than half of the original figure. Except for Siling, whose reported income was already pure profit, his emotional counseling was essentially intangible comfort. Everyone quietly observed Shen Ruoran's reaction, waiting for her judgment. Her fingers lightly traced through the air. Shen Ruoran frowned slightly, her movements becoming sharper, as if her fingertips were faintly glowing. Then she finally lowered her hand with satisfaction. Siling watched her actions nervously. He felt that the boss was angry about their collective resignation, and worried whether he himself would be expelled from the building. If he had known earlier, he would have obediently stayed as a warehouse administrator. Even though that job made him uncomfortable, at least it kept him alive. Shaken by Shen Ruoran's strange behavior, Hua Fian instinctively held her breath. She stood quietly with her hands folded in front of her stomach, silently waiting for judgment while praying things would go as hoped. If I see any more unreasonable system notifications, I'll dismantle you along with your entire star code system. Half of the mechanical text on the panel flickered, then paused. The black font quickly changed to white, then faded into transparency. The red notification at the top of the message bar also disappeared, as if nothing had ever appeared. Boss, if you disapprove of us setting up stalls, we absolutely won't do it anymore. Please don't attack us. We'll fully obey everything you say from now on. We're poor people. We're not afraid of hardship or exhaustion. We can do any dirty or tiring work. Yes, boss. We work very hard. We only set up stalls outside working hours and haven't affected our main jobs. Please don't abandon us. Boss, you are the kindest and greatest person in my heart. We really know we were wrong. We will never make excessive requests again. Please don't dismantle us. Shen Ruoran's overly ruthless tone caused everyone present to completely mishear her. They nearly fell to their knees in panic. They thought she meant that because of their unreasonable resignation request, she was going to literally dismantle their bones and skin and send them to their doom. Shen Ruoran looked up blankly, her long eyelashes fluttering. Her eyes were beautiful and lively. I wasn't talking to you just now. I agree with your request to set up stalls. The building system had originally rejected the idea of charging stall rent or approving manually created job applications. So Shen Ruoran had simply used a small amount of her mental power to conduct a friendly negotiation with the system panel. Chapter 76. Stall Selection. Thank you, boss. Hua Fian and Siling's group saw the refreshed employee panel and couldn't hide the smiles at the corners of their mouths. There was a sense of surviving a disaster. Shen Ruoran glanced at them lightly, hands in her pockets, and walked away casually. No need to thank me. Mutual benefit. Rather than paying fixed salaries to employees every day while they hoarded wealth points and refused to spend them, it was better to turn Hua Fian's group into full-time vendors who had to pay stall fees daily. At the same time, a 0.25 tax would be collected from their earnings. As the building grew in population, the flow of wealth points would also increase. Whether for vendors or for Shen Ruoran herself, it was a win-win situation. Although, the building system's star code architecture did not allow such an operational model. Shen Ruoran had simply used a small amount of power to pressure it, and the timid program had extended its own code and modified the core data. The area we can set up stalls in seems to have. Siling was the first to notice, then immediately realized something. He pressed his lips together and said no more. His fingers quickly operated the employee panel. What happened? The others asked when they heard him, leaning in to check, some opening their own panels. Rentals successful. Siling looked honest on the outside, but was actually quite cunning. Only after ensuring his own interests were protected did he share what he had discovered. Previously, without Shen Ruoran's intervention, vendors had been scattered across the building. Mostly in hallways, corridors, anywhere they could fit, usually on middle and lower floors. Now there were two new designated options, near the first-floor security booth and the basement level. However, certain floors were also restricted, banning stalls entirely. Siling was very precise about his business positioning. He immediately ruled out the security booth area. Incoming survivors would first go to the 10th floor wealth loan bank to borrow money, then head to the first-floor registration office for housing and jobs. They would be too busy to visit his emotional relief stall. Only those who had stayed in the building for a while, began missing home, friends, or their previous normal lives, and were overwhelmed by loneliness, would eventually find him. After hearing his even more tragic life stories, they would feel better about their own situation. Since stall rental prices were the same, first come first served, Siling quickly chose a spot on the 22nd floor corridor. He believed that people seeking relief from boredom would often go to bookstores or internet cafes, and when they truly couldn't cope alone, that's when he would step in. Most vendors did not make the same choice as Siling. Instead, they concentrated near the first-floor security booth or in the basement. For them, those were better locations. Thus, the prototype of a commercial street inside the building quietly began to take shape. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, another half-month went by. The floodwater level had basically risen to the 11th floor. During this period, Chen Ruoran and Wu Wei, who were responsible for external patrols, brought back a few scattered survivors. The number of tenants in the building increased to 59. Tang Chainan was reassigned by Shen Ruoran to the first floor as a security staff member, working in shifts with Li Fei. A new Taekwondo black belt replaced Tang Chainan's original position as a patrol officer, also working shifts with Owen. Brother Chun, that building over there is a bit strange. Jean Wulin poked his head out from the boat window and called the others to look. Chun Fei, looking serious, forced his tired body over. Following Jean Wulin's pointing direction, he looked at a building where several figures were moving. From their movements, they didn't seem like starving survivors like them, they looked like people who were well fed. Chapter 77. Chun Fei, Jean Wulin. Quick, everyone, put some strength into it, Ro. Chun Fei shouted weakly. His voice was so feeble it felt like every word caused pain in his chest. The boat's engine had originally powered it forward, but after being submerged in floodwater for too long, it had long since broken down. It was already a blessing that the hull hadn't developed any holes. 7-year-old Jean Shanshan did not go with the adults to row. Instead, he stared fixedly at the pitch-black safe in the middle of the boat. It had a password lock, and only Chun Fei could open it. Inside were 2 bags of food, one filled with expired, rotting items, and the other with long shelf-life instant noodles. He was so hungry. He really wanted to eat. After rowing twice and feeling drained, Jean Wuling shot his nephew a glare from afar. They couldn't eat today. According to Chun Fei's rules, which had now been accepted by everyone on the boat, they had to wait until noon the day after tomorrow before they could have even a small bite. Jean Shanshan pouted, his legs dangling under the chair. Feeling wronged, he turned his head away and stopped looking at the safe. Uncle was so mean. After dozens of strokes, the boat finally moved a little closer to the building. But then a gust of wind blew past, pushing them back even farther than before. Everyone gripping the oars. Chun Fei gritted his teeth hard and slowly said in a low voice, "Row again." With trembling hands he reached for a half-broken telescope on the table. The lens was damaged but still clearer than the naked eye. He saw people moving things. It looked like two burly men carrying bedboards. Chun Fei lowered his head and looked at his own sunken stomach, then at his starving companions. The difference was painfully obvious. "Everyone, take a break and replenish your energy." Jean Shanshan's eyes lit up instantly. Every time Uncle Chun said that, it meant food was coming. He could finally eat. Zhao Wei was overjoyed and immediately dropped his oar and closed the window. Then reason returned to him. "Brother Chun, wasn't the planned mealtime set for noon the day after tomorrow? Why are we advancing it?" As he spoke, his stomach growled pitifully. Jean Wuling looked conflicted, forcing himself to cover his ears. He wasn't a saint. He couldn't resist this temptation. They had been able to endure until the day after tomorrow, but now, after Chun Fei's words, he was afraid he might be the first to break the rule. "I just saw people inside that building moving bedboards. They probably aren't short on food. Let's eat something first, then figure out how to get in and shamelessly stay there." Except for Jean Shanshan, who didn't fully understand, everyone else immediately grasped the implication behind moving bedboards. In a flood disaster, food supplies were dwindling. People were either drowned or starved to death. Who would still have the strength to move furniture? And in this situation, why move bedboards at all? Was that building taking in drifters like them? A long silent hope suddenly began to beat in their hearts, like a seed eager to sprout. As usual, the adults ate the expired food, and the child ate instant noodles. Chun Fei took a bite of the sour, stale rice ball, wrapped up the rest tightly, and stuffed it back into the safe. The others each took 2 bites. Jean Shanshan broke off a quarter of the instant noodle block, hesitated, then handed a small piece to Jean Wuling. "Uncle, you eat too." Unable to resist temptation, Jean Wuling snorted, turned away without looking back, and leaned against the boat window, staring blankly at the now much closer building. The direction of the rainstorm wind had shifted. Maybe they wouldn't even need to row anymore to reach the 11th floor of that building. Chapter 78. Xian Xiaofeng and Li Han Amusement Park. Xian Xiaofeng and Li Han had been moving materials back and forth for over 2 hours. Exhausted, they collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. At the moment their eyes met, both saw deep regret in each other's gaze. Why had they been so talkative during the job interview, casually mentioning their past experience building pirate ships and roller coasters? Now it was too late. The boss had rejected their original job applications and directly assigned them a brand new position that didn't even exist in the building. Building an amusement park. The designated area wasn't small, but it wasn't huge either. The entire 11th floor plus 1/3 of the 10th floor. They moved bedboards and planned to start with a carousel, since it required relatively controlled space and could fit a single floor height, suitable for both adults and children. Just as Xian Xiaofeng was struggling with how to set up the electrical wiring, Li Han suddenly froze, his pliers dropping from his hand. His mouth nearly fell open. "Xian Xiaofeng, look outside. There's a boat about to crash into the floor-to-ceiling windows." Jean Wuling, wearing the only raincoat on the boat, leaned out and began desperately pounding the glass, trying to get the attention of the people inside the building. "You go inform the boss. I'll hold here," Xian Xiaofeng said calmly, immediately assigning tasks without panic. People on the boat were begging those inside the building. People inside the building were observing those on the boat. Li Han was lucky. While waiting for the elevator, he happened to meet Bo Jia, who had been sent by Shen Ruoran to assist with tasks. After hearing the situation, Bojia immediately used his walkie-talkie to report it to Shen Ruoran. At that moment, Shen Ruoran was curled up on the sofa, browsing amusement parks on her phone. She wished Xian Xiaofeng and the others could finish building the entertainment facilities that very day. In her original world, her parents were not wealthy, and she never had the chance to visit amusement parks as a child. When she later started working and had money, she was focused on saving for housing and never went either. In a later transmigration world, she had once entered an amusement park, but it was a horror-themed survival instance filled with anomalies. Players had to identify marked entities while playing rides to clear the level. Back then, Shen Ruoran was already strong and highly alert. Since she was completely unfamiliar with amusement parks, she simply destroyed the rides and marked all anomalies across the park, leading the remaining players to clear the instance. So her connection with amusement parks could be summarized as effectively zero. Boss, there's a boat outside the 11th floor. 2 men are frantically waving at us. It looks like they want to come in. The boat is large, there may be more than 2 people, Bojia added, reporting as objectively as possible. Not long after, Shen Ruoran appeared on the 11th floor. She stared at the drifting boat with a scrutinizing expression. The lack of reaction from the building made Chun Fei increasingly uneasy, his heartbeat accelerating. Shen Ruoran extended her mental power to scan the interior of the boat. 13 people, including 1 child. Weapons, a few kitchen knives. Instant noodles and rotten food were stored together, along with a large amount of medicine. In the mental projection, she saw the child with crumbs of instant noodles at the corner of his mouth. 2 adults reluctantly staring at a sour, darkened rice ball with bite marks, clearly just eaten. The scene moved Shen Ruoran slightly. People who would let children eat the good food while adults consumed rotten supplies were unlikely to be dangerous or malicious. They met the basic requirements to become building employees. They could be accepted. Bojia, open the window. Xian Xiaofeng's mouth slightly opened. He wanted to say he could do it instead. He and Li Han had tried before out of curiosity, but no matter how hard they pushed, the windows wouldn't open. Would someone as thin as Bojia really be able to do it? Chapter 79. The 13 New Arrivals. Bojia gently twisted the handle, and the window opened. With almost no effort at all. Huh. That's impossible. Xian Xiaofeng turned in shock. Li Han wore the same expression. The 2 of them simultaneously compared their physical strength to Bojia's, and still couldn't understand what had just happened. Bojia forced down the corners of his mouth. Knowing the truth, he was struggling not to laugh. In reality, Shen Ruoran had simply lifted the window's access restriction on the 11th floor. Otherwise, even a world-class strongman wouldn't have been able to force it open. Xian Xiaofeng, who usually enjoyed arm wrestling competitions, stared at Bojia for a few seconds and silently decided that when he had time, he would definitely challenge him to see how strong this young man really was. The window was open. The people on the boat were overjoyed, almost in tears. Finally, someone was willing to accept them. Gripping their oars with renewed strength, they rowed toward the window together. As if blessed by fate, the wind shifted again, helping the boat drift precisely toward the building. A group of drenched people stood at the window, looking at Shen Ruoran and the others with cautious flattery. At the front was Chun Fei, holding a safe that was crucial to everyone on the boat. He didn't move, and the others behind him didn't dare to either. Jean Shanshan timidly grabbed Jean Wulin's wet sleeve, holding on tightly. No one broke the silence. Chun Fei's mind was conflicted. Should he speak first? Would that be too rude? Hello, we've been drifting outside for a long time. Could you kindly take us in? We only need a small amount of food as payment. Immediately, Chun Fei rejected this thought in his mind. That sounded both shameless and too honest. If he said it like that, they might be thrown back into the flood in anger. And the other side had 2 muscular men, clearly not someone they could fight. Are you hiring? We only need a small amount of food as payment. Shen Ruoran. This person is quite sensible. Inside the building, Liang Shuming had failed to secure the prime stalls on the first and basement floors. He had a habit of loudly calling out to customers, but doing that near the book cafe or internet cafe floors would be too disruptive. After weighing his options, he ended up on the 10th floor. For several days in a row, business had been quiet, with only nearby tenants occasionally stopping by. He rarely saw new survivors brought in by Chan Ma-xin, but those customers had already been reserved by the first-floor vendors. Liang Shuming sat on the ground, idly fiddling with his goods, and sighed softly. He wondered if he should ask the boss to let him return to a fixed job. Right now he was barely breaking even. Any disturbance could turn him completely broke. This is the Wealth Credit Bank. Once you have wealth points, you might consider buying a pair of cloth shoes here first, so your feet don't get soaked elsewhere. Bo Jia greeted Liang Shuming and led Chun Fei's group straight toward the bank. Liang Shuming watched in surprise as Bo Jia let people down from the corridor instead of using the elevator. That meant they had come via the stairs. The group looked exactly like outside survivors. A ridiculous thought formed in Liang Shuming's mind. Could they have come from upstairs? Otherwise, how could their clothes look as if they had just been washed? Once they received their wealth points, Chun Fei still felt dazed. He carefully touched the building walls, afraid it might all vanish like a mirage. Hey boss. Come take a look. High-quality cloth shoes and clothes, all handmade. You hungry? I've got fresh mochi, plain or sweet. On the 10th floor there were only 2 stalls. Liang Shuming sold daily necessities, while next to him Wang Yen sold food. Chun Fei squatted at a stall and picked out a pair of shoes, then also bought a towel. Since the towels weren't selling well, Liang Shuming had almost considered taking them back for himself, but unexpectedly, today he finally had a buyer. Boss, do you have plastic bags? The clothes looked durable and dirt-resistant, and Chun Fei wanted to buy them. But since he was completely soaked, without a bag to separate them it would be pointless. Plastic bags? Those things aren't durable. Buy a bamboo basket instead. I wove it myself. Before the apocalypse it would have cost over 100 yuan. Now I'll sell it to you cheap. 0.7 wealth points. Chapter 81. Doctors Gao Lele and Nurse Ma Xian. Jean Shanshan happily bit into a sausage and ran toward room 3003 with excitement. His curious eyes scanned the surroundings as he looked at the door, unable to calm down. Face recognition passed. Door unlocked automatically. Wow, so advanced. Jean Shanshan blinked his young eyes and turned to look at Jean Wulin, who was approaching behind him, asking for confirmation. Uncle, can I go in? Of course, Jean Wulin said. This is going to be the home of our 13 people. Once inside, they saw 6 empty beds in the living room, each with brand new pillows and bedding. This was their future home. Achoo! 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 Poor Jean Shanshan's nose was red, and he kept forcefully blowing it, but snot still hung down from his nostrils. Jean Wulin took out a tissue, habitually tore it into thirds, and wiped his nephew's face. Then he gently patted the boy's head. Shanshan, your cold is really strange. We drifted on the flood for so long and you didn't get sick. But after one day of comfortable living here, you suddenly show symptoms. Jean Shanshan pouted sadly, speaking with a heavy nasal voice. Uncle, you don't care about me at all. Jean Wulin picked him up. Let's go, little man. Uncle will take you to the clinic. The doctors and nurses on duty will check you. If you need an injection, you get one. If you need medicine, you take it. You'll get better soon. It was the clinic's first official day of operation. As they entered, a strong smell of disinfectant hit them, instantly recreating the atmosphere of a normal hospital before the disaster. Shanshan, you're our first patient. Stick out your tongue. Let Auntie take a look. Good boy. Now Auntie will check your temperature. Gao Lele teased him while using a stethoscope to check his chest, lungs, and heart. 37.3 degrees Celsius, a mild fever. Probably a slight inflammation. I'll prescribe some medicine for 2 days first. If Shanshan wants an injection, our medical facilities here are quite complete. Jean Shanshan shook his head like a rattle drum. No injection. Shanshan is afraid of pain. This made Jean Wulin and Gao Lele burst into laughter. Jean Wulin went to the pharmacy next door and handed the prescription to the on-duty nurse. Xiao Ma, how many wealth points do these medicines cost? This was Jean Wulin's first official shift in the clinic, as Chun Fei had assigned him to the night rotation, so he was still unfamiliar with everything. Ma Xian looked up at the system terminal. Dr. Jean, nothing in the clinic is individually priced. It seems the boss set it up this way. The cost of Shanshan's medicine has already been deducted, probably directly from his personal account. Jean Willine nodded. From the next room came the sound of a child crying. Wah! The money I used to buy sausages suddenly disappeared. Gao Lele gently stroked Jean Shanshan's black hair and comforted him. Don't cry, Shanshan. I'll go get your uncle. Your sausage money didn't just disappear for no reason. She already had a guess forming in her mind and asked curiously. Tell Auntie Shanshan, how many wealth points were deducted from you? Jean Shanshan pouted. 0.8. Jean Willine had just walked in and happened to hear this. He roughly understood the pricing of the 3 medicines Gao Lele had prescribed. Based on pre-disaster value proportions, the most expensive one was probably around 0.35 wealth points, not expensive at all. Uncle. Seeing Jean Willine, Jean Shanshan immediately ran over and hugged his leg as if he had found his support. My money is gone. As he spoke, tears welled up again in his eyes, full of grievance. Chapter 82. Luchuan feeding medicine. Jean Willine. Shanshan, things here are different from before. Now when you get sick and buy medicine, you have to pay for it yourself. The 0.8 wealth points you were deducted is the cost of this bag of medicine. Jean Shanshan tried hard to understand Jean Willine's words. Feeling unwell, he nodded reluctantly, but still couldn't stop himself from wanting to cry. He only had 0.5 wealth points left. He was so poor he was almost about to go beg for food. If it were before, at this moment, Jean Willine, who spoiled his nephew, would have advanced his pocket money early and given Jean Shanshan enough material comfort. But now the world had changed. Even though they were lucky enough to settle and live inside the building, there would inevitably be new uncertainties in the future. Jean Shanshan should not hide under his protection. He needed to become more independent. This deduction of money could just help him adapt to life in the building more quickly. Jean Willine said, Don't cry, Shanshan. You're now a building employee. As long as you work hard, you earn 1.5 wealth points every day. Just manage it properly. Small money could buy hot, delicious sausages. Jean Shanshan, who was exhausted from his cold, clenched his small fists and instantly felt energized again. He had to work hard to earn money. The small clinic had been open for 3 days, and gradually a few patients came in succession, all of them staff members inside the clinic. Chun Fei sat in the separately arranged director's office, gulping down a large mouthful of hot water, but his throat still hurt terribly. He was not surprised that he had caught a cold. Being able to hold out until the 3rd day before symptoms appeared was already good enough. After Jean Shanshan fell ill with influenza, everyone in the clinic wore masks when going out and consciously kept distance from others. But this flu was extremely aggressive. After a few more days, other people in the building also began showing similar symptoms. Coughing, sneezing, and nose-blowing sounds rose and fell throughout the entire building. All the wealth points earned from working flowed into the small clinic, entering the building's account. The wealth points held by Shen Ruoran increased significantly in this rather unusual way. The dark night sky blocked out the stars and moon. The motion-sensing light at the entrance turned on faintly when it detected movement. Luchuan changed into slippers and bent down to neatly arrange his leather boots alongside 5 other pairs. His gaze lingered briefly on several closed doors before he turned and went back to his own bedroom. Luchuan picked up disinfectant alcohol from the bookshelf and sprayed it all over his body. Only then did he remove his mask and throw it into the trash. Next to it were several stacked boxes of medicine. His slender fingers opened a medicine box, tore open a few red and green pills according to instructions, and swallowed them with warm water. Just as he lay down, Luchuan frowned as if thinking of something. He put on a coat and left the bedroom, carrying the opened box of medicine in his hand. Captain Chan, how is your cold? I brought you medicine. A violent coughing sound came from the bedroom. The hoarse voice made Luchuan's throat ache just listening to it. No need cough cough cough. Ein hold cough cough cough. Lu Professor cough cough cough. Room cough cough cough. Don't infect you worse. Luchuan frowned deeply, directly opened the door and walked in. Before Chun Mo Xian could react from coughing, he shoved the medicine into his mouth and forced him to drink a glass of water. Captain Chun, you should still take the medicine. If it turns into pneumonia, you'll end up in the hospital. Luchuan naturally understood why Chen Mo Xian and the others insisted on enduring it alone. They were trying to save wealth points and refusing to go to the clinic. Chen Mo Xian was very surprised that Luchuan, who usually acted cautiously and strictly, would do something so forceful. Thank you. Chapter 83 Severe Coughing. Then he opened Wu Wei's bedroom door next door and repeated the same method, feeding them one by one. Although Luchuan clearly understood that treatment required proper medication, this was also a helpless measure. These Special Forces soldiers who were dedicated to important national missions had already adapted to the fully secure building that provided food and shelter, but they were still thinking about completing their assigned tasks as soon as possible. They feared that because of them, irreversible harm might be caused to this country. If it really came to that point, they would never forgive themselves. Early morning. A faint ray of sunlight struggled to squeeze through the dark clouds. The rain had lessened, but the floodwaters flowing across the planet were still turbulent. More and more corpses of animals and humans floated on the water, and the stench of decay became increasingly intense and suffocating. Do you want to go to the clinic yourselves? Or should I just buy some medicine randomly? The wealth points spent are about the same anyway. Isn't it more cost-effective to just get the right medicine and cure it directly? Luchuan said angrily, standing with his hands on his hips, persuading the 5 people sitting spaced apart on the sofa. His face was anxious as he glanced at the alarm clock Wu Wei had bought from the supermarket. He had long missed his time to go to the lab. Earlier, dragging these 5 people out had taken too much strength, and Luchuan was exhausted as he wiped the sweat from his face and panted. After coughing for a long time, Chen Mo Xian finally spoke. Professor Lu. A sudden severe cough usually means the cold is about to recover the next day. I'll hold on one more day and see. My physical condition has always been good, I should recover soon. Cough cough cough. Cough 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 cough. Luchuan. Even the troublemaker Li Fei refused to go for treatment. They were all trying to save wealth points, eating one meal as if it were 2. Even though they were sick, they firmly believed they could endure it with their strong physical condition. Luchuan glared at them, frustrated and disappointed, then stormed out alone. After about half an hour, he came back carrying 5 bags, each one containing medicine prepared for each of them. Li Fei. Professor Lu, why are these bags of medicine not all the same? Among them, Li Fei's cough was the most severe. He was restless at the security booth and would often wander around the shops on the same floor, chatting casually with vendors. The system would automatically send alerts to their work panels as a warning. The talkative Li Fei had become a well-known excellent security captain among the vendors downstairs. This also led to him being infected with the flu very early, and then spreading it to the other 5 people. Having been exposed to the most viruses, his symptoms were the most severe. Cough cough cough. Overcome by coughing, Li Fei almost vomited. The discomfort in his throat was extremely intense, and he felt like he was about to die on the spot. Chapter 84. Super Double. The medicine Luchuan prescribed was ultimately not quite targeted correctly. After a few days, Luchuan had fully recovered, but his 5 roommates were still coughing. However, compared to the severe condition in the previous days, they were already much better now. In the afternoon, the doorbell of room 3002 rang. Owen, who was sitting in the living room fiddling with merchandise, finished coughing and got up to see who was at the door. Since they moved in, this was the first time someone had rung their doorbell. Landlord. Owen opened the door and saw Shen Ruoran suddenly standing there. He was a little surprised. Shen Ruoran nodded lightly and signaled the people behind her to enter. A group of doctors in white coats carrying medical bags stood in formation in the living room, fully prepared. Under Shen Ruoran's instructions, they quickly set up a simple consultation area and waited for the patients to come forward. You go get checked first. Where are the others? Shen Ruoran frowned as she listened to Owen blow his nose and urged him to hurry over. Owen didn't understand what was going on, but still obediently sat down. The doctors asked questions and he answered them. When told to lift his clothes, he lifted them. When told to stick out his tongue, he did so. Tang Chanan, who was on the night shift today and resting at home, came out of his room wearing a mask, looking dazed, and respectfully greeted Shen Ruoran. Shen Ruoran. Tang Chanan, you go stand behind Owen. Seeing this setup, Tang Chunan looked conflicted. Landlord, we really don't need treatment. We can hold on. Shen Ruoran glared at him unceremoniously. Hold on. How are you going to hold on? By coughing until the entire building gets sick? It's already this serious and you're still thinking about work. If I hadn't caught Li Fei coughing so badly he was practically coughing out his organs, how long were you planning to keep forcing yourselves? Today, whether you want to or not, you're all getting checked. Shen Ruoran was very angry. She spoke heavily, unable to accept that these people clearly should be spending wealth points but refused to. While Tang Chunan was having his temperature taken, Owen was already hooked up to N4 drip. The employee account automatically showed a deduction of 3.5 wealth points. Owen's eyes widened in disbelief. Is getting N4 at the clinic this expensive? Just these 2 bottles cost 3.5 wealth points. At this rate, it was more expensive than his daily internship salary before. Behind him, Li Fei couldn't help blurting out, "Damn, that's robbery." Shen Ruoran snorted coldly and gave them no good expression. Normal 4 treatment wouldn't be this expensive. Next time something like this happens, all your consumption of wealth points in the building will be doubled. Chen Moxian and Wu Wei, who had just arrived from downstairs, lined up very obediently. They didn't dare look at Shen Ruoran, silently suffering inside. This disturbance from the landlord would slow down their accumulation of wealth points again. It seemed they would need to pay more attention to this kind of spending in the future. Shen Ruoran didn't stay long in 3002. Recently, she went to the 11th floor every day to supervise the construction progress of the amusement park and offer her own imaginative ideas. She was extremely looking forward to the completion of the building's amusement park. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 11th floor, turbulent floodwaters occasionally surged past. The excellent soundproofing meant it didn't affect Shen Xiaofeng, Li Han, or their work at all. The 2 of them, along with the newly recruited workers from outside patrol teams, were working at full speed to build according to Shen Ruoran's requirements. Chapter 85. Huang Sanqi, External Patrol Type Worker. Shen Ruoran had specially placed 2 park benches on the 11th floor. She sat on one of them, quietly looking at the sky that alternated between dim and faintly glowing light. No one knew what she was thinking. Earlier, Shen Ruoran hadn't paid much attention to it, but the building's wealth points had already exceeded 2,000 points a long time ago. However, the prompt for the second upgrade still hadn't appeared. She quite wanted to upgrade. The amusement park required a large amount of space. Just the entire 11th floor and 1/3 of the 10th floor area wouldn't be enough to build many facilities. The height was still too low. There were still a lot of things stored in her personal space that could be taken out and placed in the building for her to play with. But Shen Ruoran was worried they might scare the residents, so she wasn't in a hurry to release them. After recovering from the severe cold, Chen Moxian and the others, with Shen Ruoran's permission, went to patrol farther areas. That region was very close to a neighboring city, and there was still a special individual alive there worth 30 wealth points. This person was strange. He had 30 wealth points displayed above his head, but there was no occupation description on the mini-map. It was unknown. Aside from him, everyone in City B who had wealth points above their heads had either already been sent to live in the building or had long since died. On Shen Ruoran's city map, only this lone figure remained. The submarine rose to a position level with the rooftop. Chen Moxian exchanged a solemn glance with Wu Wei. The flood had clearly already seeped into the top floor of the building. In such harsh conditions, they hadn't expected the person the landlord was looking for to still be alive. It was truly miraculous. Wu Wei controlled the submarine to circle once. Every window was tightly sealed, and the glass seemed to have been specially treated, making it impossible to see inside. The submarine extended a machine shaped like a hand, clenched its fist, and knocked on the glass a few times, producing heavy thudding sounds mixed with the rainstorm. A sharp glint flashed in Chen Moxian's eyes. If they weren't mistaken, a faint light had just appeared inside for a brief moment. Even though it lasted only a second, it should have been someone pulling something open. He was also observing them. Wu Wei switched the screen. The submarine then produced a 24-inch display, pressed tightly against the glass, showing a line of bold text. "We are soldiers. We will take you away to a safe place to live. Chen Moxian, Increase the brightness. The faint light inside moved slightly. It should have seen the message. After a while, Chen Moxian noticed a piece of paper being posted against the glass from inside. No need. Leave. Huang Sanqi, who had also been recruited as an external patrol-type worker, couldn't understand why someone would refuse to seek refuge in a safe building in this day and age. Was his brain not normal? He himself regretted not being able to come earlier to Shen Ruoran's survival work building. The message changed again. The floor you are in is too low. The flood is about to rise over it. Come with us quickly to a safe place and don't get drowned. No need. Don't bother me anymore. Life or death has nothing to do with you. Saving paper, this is my final reply. Not only Huang Sanqi, even Chen Moxian and Wu Wei had never encountered someone who treated their own life so lightly. But they still couldn't break in without permission. Submarine brother, can you take a pack of instant noodles out for me? Wu Wei put on the terrifying ghost hand given by Shen Ruoran. Its fur was green, swollen veins bulged out, and its voice was sharp and eerie. Although Shen Ruoran had told him that he only needed to wear it and give commands, Wu Wei still instinctively feared the submarine and became extremely polite whenever he needed its help. Chapter 86. The Submarine's Reckless Display. A bag of Master Kong instant noodles shimmered with colorful light as it made a grand, noble entrance. A pink lady's umbrella snapped open and covered the instant noodles, shielding it from the rain. Several fill lights of different colors shone brilliantly onto the picture of braised beef noodles. If not for the environment, it actually looks somewhat high-end. Huang Sanqi rested his chin in his hands, eyes sparkling. This is really high-tech. Captain Chen, has our country's submarine become this advanced? Chen Moxian felt a bit embarrassed. He chose silence. Wu Wei, who had approached, fell into thought. Then he returned to the cockpit, put on the ghost hand, and had the submarine pass out a 16-liter bucket of water to show their capability. Above the bucket, a large pure black umbrella appeared, completely covering it without letting a single drop of rain in. The submarine, acting on its own initiative, after showing off the bucket of water, didn't even wait for Wu Wei's command via the ghost hand and instead began pulling out supplies stored in its cargo hold. Compressed biscuits appeared. Pan mini bread appeared. Red date longan and 8 treasure porridge appeared. Coca-Cola appeared. Coconut juice appeared. Even Wu Wei, despite wearing the ghost hand, couldn't stop the submarine's reckless display. On the contrary, Huang Sanqi was thoroughly delighted, laughing so hard his mouth was almost stiff. He regretted not having a phone, otherwise he would definitely record it and watch it every few days just to amuse himself. Inside the glass window, another piece of paper appeared. You have a lot of supplies over there? Can people at the bottom level eat and dress without worry? If I go with you, can I immediately enjoy normal food and living conditions? Are there any conditions? Wu Wei immediately asked the submarine to respond. We have more supplies than we can use. We can guarantee food and clothing for everyone there. As long as you come, you can live a normal life. Whether it was Wu Wei's imagination or not, it felt like his ears briefly stopped hearing the roar of the storm and instead caught faint rustling sounds from inside the building, like someone packing things up. I'll open the window later and pass things out. Hold an umbrella over it. There are quite a lot of packages. Don't leave me behind later. With a grasp from the ghost hand, Wu Wei quickly requested the submarine to prepare for reception. One by one, stuffed snakeskin bags were taken over and placed on the ground. Huang Sanqi, unable to sit still, walked around the pile of snakeskin bags with his hands behind his back, bending down to take a closer look. The bag openings were tightly tied. The dense, colorful patterns on the outside completely obscured the contents. Nothing could be seen at all. 8 snakeskin bags were transported into the submarine by the mechanical arm. Another note was stuck to the glass window. Wait a moment, I still have some books to take. 2 minutes. Chen Moxian paused slightly, fingers rubbing his sleeve cuff. He didn't understand it, but he respected it. Normally at this point, refugees would rush toward the submarine like crazy. Even if they brought nothing, they would immediately try to get on board. They were afraid that the submarine that could take them to a better life would disappear in the next second. 2 minutes felt especially long under the pouring storm. Huang Sanqi couldn't hold back his impatience. He circled the clock anxiously, watching the second hand move, scratching his head in curiosity. Captain Chen, do you think the people living in that building opposite are a bit off? They're so slow and not even worried that we might take their supplies and leave. So much stuff, what idiots, wait. He suddenly stopped. At first they were so resistant to leaving with us, but it seemed like their luggage was already packed. Once they agreed, they brought everything out almost immediately. And the top floor of that building is already slightly flooded. But these snakeskin bags are completely dry. Chapter 87 Strange Building. As he listened, Chen Mo Xine gradually sensed that something was wrong from Huang Sanqi's words. The submarine circled the building once. Its footprint was not large, yet the snakeskin bags being passed out were all tightly stuffed and completely dry. Where on earth was there space to store so much? Moreover, the person inside still needed to bring out books. The books should also be dry. Could a building of only half a floor really contain that much stuff? Was that even possible? A heavier, thicker snakeskin bag poked out from the window, and the metal mechanical arm quickly moved in to receive it. Then came the second bag, the third bag, all the way to the ninth bag. A normal submarine simply couldn't hold that much supply. If not for the strange nature of Shen Ruoran's submarine, externally it still looked the same size, but internally the space could expand and contract freely. It would have already been completely overloaded. It seemed that the person inside also realized something and quickly wrote a few words on the back of a sheet of paper. How many more bags can it hold? The screen, translated through Wu Wei's ghost hand, made a metallic ring sound and replied arrogantly. Naturally, as many as you have. Inside the tower-like structure, looking downward, the water had only risen to the third floor, where high-powered machines were still running. The temperature inside the building was extremely high. Floodwater constantly surged in, only to be evaporated immediately, maintaining a fixed water level. Between the fourth and fifth floors were various recycling devices, mostly makeshift assemblies of everyday items, used to process wastewater and sewage. The sixth to seventh floors were scattered machines. Power generation, lighting, cooling. The eighth floor was a planting area, growing oddly shaped fruits and vegetables. The ninth floor was a storage warehouse. On the 10th floor, a large area was piled with tools, with several casually placed tables and chairs. Wood shavings and metal dust had been pushed aside. In the southeast corner, there was a single folding bed, a yellowed pillow, and a somewhat dirty-looking blanket. The 11th floor was also a planting area, but compared to the 8th floor, it was overgrown with weeds as if abandoned. The 12th floor, the top floor, was completely empty. Looking closely at the floor, there were several abrasion marks, clearly showing that it had once been filled with many heavy bags. It looked as if everything had been prepared in advance. Heavy footsteps echoed across the 9th floor. Yuan Mingyu wore brown rubber rain boots and packed supplies into snakeskin bags. Beside him was a small robot made of rusted metal parts. Its mechanical arm had been fitted with a glove, and its joints wrapped with cloth sleeves, resembling human right and left hands. The robot followed obediently behind him, waiting for Yuan Mingyu to fill each bag before carrying it out. Bag 53, bag 54, bag 55. Huang Sanqi's fingers were starting to cramp from counting. He looked up numbly at Chen Mo Xine. Captain Chen, we're both stranded survivors, so why is he this impressive? I seriously suspect the person inside has some kind of spatial ability. Otherwise, how do you explain over 50 bags of supplies in such a small building? At this point, even Chen Mo Xine was no longer calm. His fingers pointed forward, his voice slightly trembling. Bag 56. As he spoke, another bag was handed out by the mechanical arm. A total of 98 bags. The submarine ended up staying here for over 3 hours. During that time, the mechanical arm continuously extended and retracted. Even the ghost hand placed on the control console was practically exhausted. It buzzed and trembled, expressing its irritation. Wu Wei kept soothing the ghost hand, desperately trying to calm it down after it started refusing to cooperate, and wouldn't even let him wear it properly anymore. Afraid that the submarine might suddenly lose patience, abandon the target inside, and just leave, Wu Wei, a burly man of over 100 jin, forced his voice into a pleading tone, begging the ghost hand not to act rashly and ruin everything. Chapter 88 Yuan Mingyu and the Robot. The ghost hand trembled more and more violently, as if suffering from Parkinson's disease. But the submarine still floated steadily in place, its hull unmoving at all. It seemed to be just throwing a small tantrum, while still fearing something deep down. Finally, a person, or rather a hand, came out from the 11th floor. The submarine angrily grabbed it and threw it straight onto the floor. Humph! Slow people don't deserve umbrellas in the rain. The force was too great, causing the robot's limbs to break apart, supported only by a single wire, sparking with crackling electricity. Seeing this, Chen Moxion's eyebrows twitched violently. If a robot was thrown like this, what if it had been a person? He rushed into the cockpit in 3 quick steps, forcefully pressing down on the ghost hand. The person inside is someone the landlord specifically ordered us to bring back. If anything happens to him, given the landlord's temperament, she'll probably dismantle you. A flash of white light passed. An unknown force slammed Chen Moxion into the wall, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Captain, are you okay?" Wu Wei hurried over to support him, his eyes full of worry. When Yuan Mingyu finally came out, a huge black umbrella hovered above his head. His feet landed lightly on the ground, and the mechanical claw that had been holding his waist naturally released and quickly retracted and disappeared. "Hello. Find a seat first. Once everyone arrives, we can head back." Seeing that Chen Moxion still hadn't come out of the cockpit, Huang Sanqi stepped forward to receive Yuan Mingyu. He looked around, scratching his head awkwardly. Only then did he realize that Yuan Mingyu's bags were blocking all the seats. There didn't seem to be anywhere to sit. Yuan Mingyu's voice was hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken in a long time. It sounded rough and unpleasant. "Who else are we waiting for?" Huang Sanqi didn't think much and said casually, "Of course we're waiting for the others inside. It can't just be you alone, right?" Yuan Mingyu saw the broken robot on the ground and carefully picked it up, setting it upright again and reassembling it. Lacking tools for repair, he pressed the button on the robot's back to forcibly shut it down first. He planned to fix it properly once things stabilized. "There's no need to wait. I'm the only one." Yuan Mingyu sat down on the ground and pulled the robot into his arms, protecting it to prevent it from being damaged again, due to movement during transport. Huang Sanqi's pupils froze. Subconsciously, he felt that Yuan Mingyu was lying. One person surviving in there alone for so long? And still bringing out so many supplies? He thought Yuan Mingyu's explanation was absurd and suspected he was deliberately saying this. Perhaps he had a grudge against others inside and only wanted to leave alone. Huang Sanqi firmly shook his head. "No, sir, we can't just go along with your wishes. The landlord's order is to bring everyone living in this building back. So we still need to wait for the others who are living with you." "The landlord's order?" A trace of doubt flashed in Yuan Mingyu's eyes. Could it be that the disturbance he caused had attracted aliens' attention, and they were trying to take him back to their nest? Wu Wei helped Chen Moxion out, muttering, "Sigh, it's just too temperamental. Captain, you two, why would you try to fight a mysterious force head-on? We can't beat it at all." He glanced at the newly appeared stranger, carefully observing his limbs, and finally let out a long breath of relief. Fortunately, the submarine big brother had listened and didn't take personal revenge on this person. Otherwise, he definitely would have been thrown badly. Thinking of this, Wu Wei turned his head toward the captain with sympathy. Chapter 89 White Porridge. The captain was taking the punishment on behalf of Yuan Mingyu. The submarine had listened to Chen Moxion's warning, but as the ruler of the abyss, it was an absolute sovereign. It could tolerate Shen Ruoran, that female demon, since it couldn't beat her. But it absolutely could not tolerate ordinary humans trying to control it. That fall was both a transfer of harm and a warning to Chen Moxion. If you dared to plead for someone, you would suffer the same punishment. "Wu Wei, go talk to the submarine. We should head back." Chen Moxion panted heavily. There were clear streaks of blood on his clothes. Leaning against the wall, his face was pale and his lips had no color at all. The strike from the submarine was even more painful than when he had once been shot 3 times by drug traffickers. It came in waves like red-hot sharp needles stabbing into his skin again and again. The building where Yuan Mingyu was located was very close to the neighboring city. Before departure, Shen Ruoran had specifically submitted a request to Shen Ruoran to go there, hoping to bring back more survivors if possible. This was the first time Shen Ruoran had agreed to let Shen Ruoran and Wu Wei go on a long-distance mission. Yet something so bizarre had happened. Huang Sanqi, who still hadn't processed what happened, felt completely at a loss. Even an idiot could guess that Shen Ruoran had been injured inside the cockpit, but when he asked Wu Wei whether the submarine was unsafe, he was told not to overthink it. In Huang Sanqi's mind, anything related to the landlord had always felt extremely safe. But Shen Ruoran's condition today made him uneasy. When no one was looking, he curled up in a corner, biting his lip tightly, silently praying that the submarine would move faster so he could get back to the building quickly. Please, no one dies, right? On the way here, the submarine had been extremely fast. But on the return trip, Huang Sanqi felt every minute drag like a year, as if the engine wasn't even running and it was just drifting with the current. Unable to hold back his anxiety, he approached Wu Wei and asked quietly, "Is the submarine broken? Why is it so slow?" Wu Wei comforted him, saying the submarine was on autopilot and a high-tech product. It wouldn't break down. But Huang Sanqi couldn't accept it. His eyes constantly shifted between Wu Wei's words and Shen Ruoran's condition, completely unable to reconcile what he saw with what he heard. It was totally different from reality. At 5 o'clock, Huang Sanqi got hungry. Rubbing his stomach, he loudly asked, "What do you guys want to eat? I'll cook." The submarine provided by Shen Ruoran had functions comparable to a camper van, even including a small kitchen. One of the main reasons Huang Sanqi was recruited was because he was durable and knew how to cook. Aware of this, he would automatically take responsibility for cooking at mealtimes. Shen Ruoran was in too much pain to speak. Wu Wei immediately made the decision for him. 2 bowls of white porridge. One of them should be very thin. He can't chew right now. Huang Sanqi nodded and noted it down, then glanced cautiously at Yuan Mingyu, who looked like a wild man. "What about you, sir?" Yuan Mingyu raised his eyes, clearly not expecting to be included. "Anything is fine," he said hoarsely. He understood the situation outside. The white porridge Wu Wei mentioned was nothing more than rotten rice mixed with rainwater and heated into a watery mess. There was no point in expecting anything better. "Then I'll just cook you the same as what I eat," Huang Sanqi said. He didn't like white porridge, he was a foodie and cared about food quality. After being frightened today, he decided to make himself a proper meat dish and a vegetable dish to calm down. Chapter 90, Meat Aversion. When one person cooks, it's difficult to control the balance between portion size and seasoning. 2 people is just right. While Huang Sanqi went to the small kitchen to show off his skills, Yuan Mingyu lowered his eyelashes, tugged at the corner of his mouth, and gave a helpless, mocking smile. He didn't even know what had gotten into him. Clearly, he had already decided in this lifetime to stay inside the building and barely survive in obscurity. Yet the moment he saw that strange submarine endlessly showing off snacks and drinks, something in his mind snapped, and then he did a series of inexplicable things. First, he threw a few bags of bombs at the submarine as a test. Only after probing did he hand over the real supplies. In the end, even he himself and his robot ended up inside this strange submarine. "Sir, there isn't much seating here. I'll bring it over for you. Just make do and eat here." Huang Sanqi's tone was extremely polite. A strong aroma of fried chicken legs drifted over. Yuan Mingyu looked in shock as Huang Sanqi brought over freshly cooked rice, 2 fried chicken legs, and half a bowl of hand-torn cabbage. After a moment of stunned silence, he blurted out, "Chicken legs are made from chicken, right?" Huang Sanqi paused. Isn't that obvious?" The fried chicken skin was crispy and golden. The meat inside looked so fresh it didn't even need to be pulled apart to know it was tender. Like it had been freshly slaughtered that day. Yuan Mingyu said nothing further, staring at him with a sharp, almost vicious gaze. It made Huang Sanqi's skin crawl. He wanted to act tough and just say, "Don't eat it then." But even though Shen Ruoran and the others hadn't explicitly said it, he could guess this mission was clearly about bringing Yuan Mingyu back. And that mission was most likely to take him away. "Aren't you guys showing instant noodles earlier? I want that," Yuan Mingyu said awkwardly, refusing to look at the chicken legs. "Got it." Want sausage added? Absolutely not. Just instant noodles. Nothing else, Yuan Mingyu said sharply. Huang Sanqi noticed a fleeting trace of longing in Yuan Mingyu's eyes when he saw the chicken legs. A light that couldn't be hidden. The more he looked at him, the more he felt this person's thought process couldn't be understood with normal logic. He couldn't help twitching his mouth and asked Wu Wei, "Brother Wu, should we save the white porridge for supper and just eat this first?" Wu Wei nodded and took it, immediately starting to chew and swallow. The next day, the submarine drifted into increasingly dark waters. The dive button seemed to malfunction, and it completely stayed on the surface. Occasionally it would deliberately crash into decayed, zombie-like corpses, horrifying faces pressed against the submarine windows, trying to scare the people inside. The windows had been sealed with tape by Wu Wei, out of sight, out of mind. Huang Sanqi, with dark circles from a sleepless night, yawned heavily and prepared breakfast for everyone. Breakfast, as usual, was meat buns with soy milk. Yuan Mingyu once again showed extreme aversion to meat, insisting on plain steamed buns or vegetable buns instead. He was unbelievably difficult to deal with. Fine, I'll steam them for you. As a meat lover myself, I truly cannot understand vegetarian lifestyles, Huang Sanqi complained behind Yuan Mingyu's back, not noticing the cold killing intent in the other man's eyes. The moment Huang Sanqi bit into a meat bun, he let out a blissful hum. He would forever submit to freshly made meat buns. A wooden board suddenly spun through the air and accurately struck his head. Ah! Huang Sanqi cried out in pain, clutching his head. Yuan Mingyu. Shut up. If you're going to eat, then eat. Don't make that disgusting sound. Huang Sanqi, full of frustration, angrily returned to the kitchen with his bun. So unfair. Even making sounds while eating wasn't allowed. Damn, that really hurt. And with no proper sleep at all, Huang Sanqi increasingly felt this mission was absolutely miserable. Meanwhile, in the survival building, security staff member Li Fei experienced the most glorious achievement of his career. Over 100 people arrived at once. 9 luxuriously decorated small submarines landed one after another in front of the building. As soon as the passengers got off, the submarines disappeared. Gu Yu's eyes widened in shock. He pushed through the crowd and ran to the edge, shouting toward the pitch-black water surface. Chapter 91. Gu Yu Chao Rue New Rich Young Masters. Run! This place is strange. The submarine that brought us here disappeared for no reason, along with all the supplies inside. Control room. The submarine's soundproofing was too good. Chao Rue stared at Gu Yu for a moment, but couldn't understand his lip movements, so he just drove forward anyway. Chao Rue was completely captivated by the building full of lights. More importantly, it was a normal building that wouldn't flood. He was determined to get inside at all costs. He didn't care at all whether Gu Yu would get hurt, he just pushed forward recklessly toward the building. The building system had a special safety mechanism. It instantly absorbed and buffered the impact of the submarine's speed. Most of the submarine still remained in the floodwaters, with only a small portion of its front entering the building. Gu Yu's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. If his memory wasn't wrong, no matter the submarine's initial speed or mass, once it entered the building, it would always come to a stable stop at the same position. This completely violated the laws of physics, which meant this building was not normal. It had even swallowed their submarine and all the strange supplies stored inside. Weird, too weird. Because the number of incoming people was too large, Li Fei used a walkie-talkie to call in colleagues from upstairs who were on duty and patrol, helping maintain order before the landlord arrived. The amusement park was nearing completion. Recently, Shen Ruoran had been obsessed with further modifications and hadn't immediately noticed the system notification about incoming visitors. The combined space of the 10th and 11th floors wasn't large, so she planned to use some black technology to expand the sensory experience of the amusement park. Thus, she was currently single-handedly beating up the spirit creatures she had installed in the amusement park. These spirit creatures possess spatial expansion and time reversal abilities. When used properly, they could greatly enhance the thrill of the rides. Normally, with their control, a 50-second indoor roller coaster could be transformed into a 100-meter high sky coaster. Passengers would experience extremely intense weightlessness, doubling the thrill factor. The spirit creatures had been thoroughly beaten into submission, and now dutifully crouched in every corner of the amusement park, their bodies rendered invisible like ghosts attached to the structure. Clap, clap, clap. Shen Ruoran clapped in satisfaction, extremely pleased with her work after inspecting everything. She had already tested it several times. Across the 1.5 floors there were 9 different attractions, and the experience was excellent. She also had new ideas for the underground 2nd floor ocean area. She could use the spirit creatures to expand the ocean space, then separate a section to place water rides like rapids rafting and canyon drifting. Just as she stepped out, Shen Ruoran was startled by Thin Ji squatting on the ground drawing circles. She tapped his leg with her toe. "Ji, waiting for me?" Hearing her familiar voice, Thin Ji shot up immediately, nodding rapidly, his voice excited and slightly cracked. "Landlord, Brother Owen told me to inform you that a lot of people have arrived on the 1st floor. He asked you to come down and handle the situation quickly." Shen Ruoran raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Why didn't you use the walkie-talkie to notify me?" "All right, I got it." She then remembered. She had left the walkie-talkie in her bedroom and hadn't brought it with her. She opened the building panel. The visitor section showed a red 99+, and a large amount of supplies had been added to the warehouse. Shen Ruoran wasn't in a hurry to go down. She walked a few steps and sat on a public bench in the corridor, leaning back lazily as she casually reviewed the newly acquired supplies. Mixed impurity mineral water, expired cream bread, flood-soaked soda crackers, high-quality infant diaper bags, pleasure-enhancing whip. She stopped reading and closed the inventory list. Even in a world of apocalypse and disaster, there were still people obsessed with such things. Truly absurd. Chapter 92. Ma Feng is cuffed. Shen Ruoran's impression of the people downstairs had dropped to rock bottom. She wasn't in a hurry to go down. The taro bubble tea on the bar stool slowly reached the bottom, and only then did she finally stand up and leave. 1st floor. Several tall men stood guard in front of important passages, gradually dispersing the crowd squeezed near the entrance and directing them toward the B1 and B2 levels. Chao Wurwei let out a cold snort, extremely dissatisfied with being ignored. 10 minutes had already passed, yet he was still stuck here in the crowd. He was a well-known young master of City B. His face appeared in newspapers and news reports regularly. Mostly gossip columns, but that didn't stop him from being proud of it. He observed the situation inside the building carefully. In secret, he signaled to his usual errand boy Ma Feng. The latter immediately understood and smiled ingratiatingly, squeezing his way over to a stall auntie and began flattering her. Given that the visitors had initially shown signs of trying to seize goods by force, though quickly stopped by Li Fei's use of force, Aunt Hua Fian was still furious. She glared at the restless visitors with anger still stuck in her chest. She had been in society for decades and was very good at reading people. These refugees carried themselves with more arrogance than anyone else. They were definitely not easy to deal with, maybe even criminals before the apocalypse. If you want to buy something, use wealth points. No wealth points, don't come here causing trouble. You're like bandits. Ma Feng quickly retracted his hand and smiled apologetically. His eyes rolled cunningly as he spoke in a sweet, fake tone. "This beautiful sister. Your fiery personality is truly charming. The moment I saw you, you deeply moved my heart. By the way, what exactly are these wealth points you mentioned? They sound very important. How can I earn them?" After seizing the key point and flattering her through a series of insincere compliments, Ma Feng tried to extract information. Humph. Seeing through his intentions immediately, Aunt Hua Fian wasn't fooled by his playboy act at all. She waved him away with chopsticks. Go, don't block my stall. You're messing up my business." Seeing he couldn't get anything out of her, Ma Feng put on a harmless smile, then quietly followed the crowd with his hands behind his back. He seized the opportunity, quickly crossed the security line set by patrol personnel, and tried to sneak upstairs for a look. But suddenly, his collar tightened. An overwhelming force restrained his movement. He was then thrown to the ground, rolling over once. "Hey, kid, violating building rules means you'll be thrown back into the flood." A patrol member issued a stern warning and cuffed Ma Feng's hands and feet, restricting his movement. Ma Feng struggled hard. A sudden, inexplicable fear overwhelmed him, causing him to shout wildly, trying to signal his companion. Brother Chow! Save me! They've tied me up. He had actually been treated like a criminal of the building. What's going on? Shen Ruoran pointed at Ma Feng, who looked like a prisoner. Landlord, he tried to force his way to the second floor, someone reported. Shen Ruoran nodded thoughtfully. Unlock his feet. I'll take him to the second floor. The weight on his feet disappeared. After hesitating for a moment, Ma Feng chose the second floor over running away to find Brother Chow. Shen Ruoran looked gentle and harmless, seemingly easy to deceive. A glint flashed in Ma Feng's eyes. He was very good at manipulating inexperienced girls. Maybe he could trick her into revealing important information. This strange building, he must take control of it. That way, it would become another safe and indulgent haven in the apocalypse. Chapter 93 Interrogation. Ma Feng's mind drifted into several obscene, pornographic fantasies. He licked his lips absent-mindedly, savoring them. In the second-floor corridor, a row of park benches was placed at irregular intervals. Shen Ruoran stepped forward and stopped Ma Feng just as he was about to sit down. Who allowed you to sit? Ma Feng froze for a moment. The beautiful woman in front of him had a genuinely bad temper. If he had the chance, he would definitely train her properly. It's easier to talk things out while sitting. I'm great at massage too. Want to try it, pretty lady? I guarantee you'll get addicted and come back for more. Shen Ruoran glanced at him coldly, then took out a long blade from her personal space. Her movement was light, but incredibly fast. Before Ma Feng could even react, he only felt something icy sweep across his throat. A strong smell of blood filled his nose. The corridor glass was spotless, as clear as a mirror. In the reflection, a thin red line appeared across Ma Feng's neck. The suffocating fear of death spread through his entire body. Ma Feng immediately choked and couldn't speak. Shen Ruoran slowly wiped the blade with an alcohol cloth. My building doesn't accept trash. If you say one more wrong word, I won't just cut your skin next time. From now on I ask you answer. If you lie or leave anything out, that means you don't want your tongue anymore. Ma Feng. Those submarines all have owners. They were bought by the rich people downstairs for entertainment and pleasure. They didn't expect they'd be used for something like this. You're not one of those top rich families, are you? Shen Ruoran scanned him from head to toe. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sent as an intelligence runner. Clearly just a disposable pawn. Ma Feng forced an awkward smile, wincing in pain. I'm just from a slightly wealthy family. I usually run errands for real young masters and socialites. When they're in a good mood, they toss us some small rewards. Brother Chow even gave me a submarine once, but it broke before and I never got it fixed. It's useless now. Shen Ruoran. Not everyone downstairs is rich, right? Ma Feng's eyes drifted away. Yes, some of them are people with no money who cling to the wealthy, following them around, and some were forcibly taken along. His voice grew quieter and weaker. He seemed to realize he was already exposing too much. Shen Ruoran pulled out a printed list generated by the system-connected printer and placed it in front of him. According to what you just said, categorize these 3 types of people for me. The second floor was silent, so quiet that even breathing could be heard. At the end of the corridor, a short-haired man's teeth were chattering uncontrollably. His vision blurred with overlapping shadows. He felt like he was seeing a ghost. In her previous system-hopping worlds, Shen Ruoran had few hobbies. Occasionally, when she felt interested, she liked to capture a few pets and keep them in her personal space, taking them out for a walk when needed. Chapter 94. Split into batches again. She went down to the first floor, leaving a mid-level puppet spirit, capable of turning its body transparent to deal with Ma Feng. Too crowded. Hey, there's so much empty space over there. Can't you let us move a bit? I can't breathe. The first floor had never received so many people at once. The rental registration center had shut its doors, and the wealthy young masters had nowhere to sit. They were forced to stand packed together, their already thin patience thinning even further, and their tone grew more and more aggressive. 7 men had already tried to rush forward and attack Li Fei. Their bulky bodies lunged toward vital points, but none of them even lasted a single exchange. Li Fei never tolerated rude behavior. He responded with equally brutal force, firmly showing the restless visitors that disorderly movement was not allowed here. "Landlord, you're here." The residents at the stalls stood up with smiles when they saw Shen Ruoran descend. In their eyes, the landlord Shen Ruoran was already the backbone of their life. As long as she appeared, no matter how difficult the situation was, she could solve it easily. Chao Wuwei suppressed the sharpness in his eyes and studied her. The girl was extremely beautiful. Delicate features, light makeup, fair skin, almost translucent. But something about it was wrong. In his own Yunjinhan building, he had deliberately created a rigid class system, allocating limited resources to the so-called upper class first. Yet even so, their living standards were not even 1/10 of what they had before the apocalypse. Shen Ruoran handed a sheet of paper to Li Fei. "People marked with circles go to B2. People marked with triangles go to B1. The rest stay on the first floor." Li Fei raised his eyebrows in surprise and carefully scanned the list. The numbers roughly matched the crowd, which made him even more curious about the landlord's identity. She was simply too uncanny. Although he didn't understand her intention, Li Fei still followed instructions precisely, calling out names one by one. Those called raised their hands, and his colleagues escorted them to the designated floors. It was the same old method used at Wantang building, only enhanced. In addition to asking standard patriotic values and policies, she also questioned their relationships and demanded they report others' misdeeds. The first floor, B1 and B2, were interrogated separately, much like splitting suspects in a police investigation. But Shen Ruoran went further. If anyone dared lie, they would be thrown into the flood to accompany the floating corpses. They would die in a dark, suffocating hell. Only 8 people remained on the first floor. Jia Feifei sat in her office chair sipping black tea. She vaguely heard Shen Ruoran speaking outside, so she put down her file folder and quietly opened a crack in the door to peek. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, focusing her gaze across the hall. She didn't recognize all 8 people, but she recognized them. She had attended several high-end banquets with her husband before. While not close to them, she had seen the top-tier elite of City B more than once. One of them in particular was very famous. His personality was arrogant and unpredictable, notorious for outrageous behavior. She remembered his surname was Chao. He insulted elders and business partners, spent millions overnight without hesitation, lived a decadent lifestyle filled with scandals, and there were even rumors that he had assaulted and coerced women. Jia Feifei's expression tightened. She pressed her lips together and looked toward Shen Ruoran, hesitating about how and when to tell her what she knew. Chapter 95. Dealing with Chao Rui. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a pair of bright eyes peeking through the crack in the door. Tang Chunman found it amusing and raised a hand to knock on the wall beside him, slightly raising his brows as he made a gesture for her to come out. Jia Feifei returned a wait a moment gesture. After a while, she handed out a sheet of paper. Taking the white paper that had been folded several times, Tang Chunman pointed at himself, then at Shen Ruoran. His meaning was very clear. Was it for him to read, or should he directly pass it to the building owner? He raised his left hand and made a 2 gesture. Tang Chunman nodded, understanding that Jia Feifei meant both of them should read it. The content on the paper had been handwritten by Jia Feifei just now. After Tang Chunman finished reading it, his expression turned serious. He quickly walked over to Shen Ruoran's side and handed her the paper for review. Shen Ruoran glanced thoughtfully back at Jia Feifei through the crack in the door and gave her a faint smile. She had already expected this. The person upstairs, when facing death, had revealed quite a lot of worldview-shattering things to her. Chao Wuwei, this person, no matter what, could not be kept. Among the 8 people, aside from Chao Wuwei, the others had not yet violated the taboos set by Shen Ruoran. They could stay in the building. Regarding the questions Shen Ruoran raised, they could speak freely. Their words and actions all carried a sense of nobility, but they believed they should continue enjoying the privileges of the wealthy during the natural disaster, because once it ended, they would still be rich people with unimaginable wealth. This was the result of the environment they had grown up in. On the 100-person list, the position labeled Chao Wuwei was lightly crossed out. Through reports from people downstairs, Shen Ruoran also crossed out another person among the 8, Dongjin Shen. At this point, 6 of the 8 people were confirmed to stay. The reports from the basement level were much livelier than those from other floors. In order to protect themselves, they voluntarily became labor assistants for the upper-class residents. In the small hierarchical society created by Chao Wuruwei himself, those in the middle positions had not been abandoned, and had more or less done things that went against humanity. However, these people had not killed or committed sexual assault. Shen Ruoran only removed a few of them. The rest could live in the building but were given a warning. If they misbehaved, they could be expelled at any time. After witnessing living people being thrown into the vortex of the flood and dying, the remaining people all breathed a sigh of relief and entered the elevator in batches to go to the 10th floor's Wealth Value Loan Bank to take out loans. Jia Feifei looked shaken. The paper she had written was meant to warn the building owner about Chao Wuruwei, but she absolutely had no intention of causing his death. She had tried to write as objectively and neutrally as possible, but it seemed the building owner had become angry and directly took Chao Wuruwei's life. Jia Feifei, who had not yet experienced the darkness of human nature, looked very pale. She couldn't suppress her emotions and could not get over it mentally no matter what. When Shen Ruoran was free, she quietly walked over to her side and sighed, her tone listless. Building owner, was it my page of paper that caused Chao Wuruwei's death? Although he's not a good person, he wasn't exactly a heinous criminal either. Wasn't that too severe? Jia Feifei didn't dare continue speaking. She was afraid the building owner would misunderstand and think she considered her cruel. Of course, in Jia Feifei's heart, Shen Ruoran was the best building owner, boss and landlord in the world. She couldn't hold this in and just wanted to know whether she had, a few minutes earlier, indirectly contributed to what happened. But her page of paper had simply followed her own intentions. Shen Ruoran shook her head, denying Jia Feifei's overthinking. The more than 100 newcomers to the building were previously under Chao Wuruwei's control, and most of them showed uncontrollable fear and helplessness when mentioning him. I could also feel his ambition toward this building. Keeping him would have made the building unstable, and throwing him into the flood in front of everyone is also my way of indirectly warning these people that from now on, they must behave themselves. Chapter 96. Stepmother Wang Mingwan. Jia Feifei understood now. The building owner would never keep someone with ambitions toward the building here. Otherwise, what should have been a peaceful daily life would turn into chaos. With that realization, her sense of guilt disappeared. A dense crowd moved up and down the building. For Bo Jia, a native resident of the building, it was the first time he felt his own living space could become so crowded. Bo Jia. A sharp woman's voice suddenly rang out. A cheap perfume scent rushed into Bo Jia's nose. The young man frowned, paused in his steps, then quickly walked forward. He recognized who was calling him, but he did not want to see that person. A demon. Even worse than a nightmare. In front of others, she treated him with care and gentleness, but in private she subjected him to emotional abuse, and used every possible method to drive him into depression. His stepmother, the most hypocritical woman in the world, and also the one who had caused the death of his mother, her former best friend. Wang Mingwan stared in the direction Bo Jia had walked away. The surrounding crowd was packed tightly, pushing and shoving. She wore shoes with broken heels, walking slowly, unable to catch up to him. But it didn't matter. She knew the residence that woman had once bought for her son. Anyway, he was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Wang Mingwan adjusted her luxury high-end outfit, which she had been wearing for several days and now looked filthy, and revealed a confident smile. Her stepson seemed to be doing quite well in this building. Then she would only do even better. Xing Mailan walked out of the Wealth Value Loan Bank, still feeling as if she had just stepped out of another world. In the blink of an eye, she now possessed the building's universal currency. Looking up, she saw Wang Mingwan standing outside and curiously walked over to ask, "Mrs. Bo, how much wealth value did you just borrow?" "I'm not planning to borrow that so-called wealth value. If I borrow it, wouldn't that create debt? I'm not someone who likes to be in debt." Wang Mingwan shrugged, completely unbothered. Hearing this, Xing Mailan gave an awkward smile and didn't engage further. Carrying the title of Mrs. Bo from the Bo Group, Wang Mingwan had always believed she could return to her former life as a wealthy lady. Even though Bo Jianli was dead, he had left behind a vast fortune. According to the will, until Bo Jia turned 18, his portion would be managed by Wang Mingwan, so she felt completely secure. She believed she was the most well-positioned wealthy woman during this natural disaster. Borrowing wealth value? That didn't exist for her. She had her dear stepson to exploit instead. Wang Feng let out a quiet breath and nervously clenched his fists as he called together the first batch of people. Eh? Why has the guy changed? Wasn't it a handsome young guy with dyed colorful hair just now? Guyu asked cautiously, his trembling fingertips betraying his nervousness. He was very afraid. The building's owner had instantly killed Chao Wurwei, and now the guide had suddenly been replaced. It was hard not to suspect some kind of hidden scheme. Wang Feng scratched the back of his head honestly and, remembering Bo Jia's instructions, repeated what he had been told. He said his creditors came looking for debt repayment again. He begged me for a long time before I agreed to help him temporarily. Wang Mingwan's heart skipped a beat. She stepped forward urgently and asked, "Sir, how much wealth value does he owe? Isn't the guide's salary supposed to be very low?" She clearly saw Bo Jia wearing new clothes. How could life here still be difficult for him? The first batch of people had already assembled. The woman asking questions clearly was not someone Wang Feng was responsible for guiding. Her clothes were tattered, her face had no makeup at all, yet one could still tell she was an extremely beautiful woman. She must be the enemy Bo Jia mentioned, the one who killed his mother. Chapter 97. Recruitment Manager Guyu. Wang Feng had things clear in his mind, and his dislike toward Wang Mingwan deepened. He said impatiently, "The building doesn't support people who eat for free. You get what you work for. All of you should remember that too. Don't try to cut corners or slack off, or the building owner will throw you out." Humph. Wang Mingwan's expression stiffened when she heard this. She turned around and went back to the bank. Since Bo Jia couldn't be relied on, she still needed to borrow some wealth value. Hey, I'm talking to you. Since you've already lined up, don't just run around. Today there were too many visitors, and Zhao Yunlei from another department had been temporarily transferred to help. Seeing Wang Mingwan, who had clearly already joined the queue, trying to leave again, she snapped at her without politeness. There was still another group waiting downstairs after this one. She didn't have time to deal with their hesitation. Wang Mingwan smiled apologetically and slipped a gold ring hidden inside her clothing button onto Zhao Yunlei's finger. Her tone was gentle and calm, like a spring breeze brushing across the face. "Good sister, I was delayed by something just now. Please wait a moment for me. I'll go to the bank and borrow some wealth value. A gold ring worth 1,000,000. It would be a lie to say it didn't hurt." Wang Mingwan was a ruthless person. She understood how to temporarily give up some benefits in exchange for greater gains later. Zhao Yunlei bit the gold ring. Pure gold. Satisfied, she put it into her pocket. Her expression remained professional and businesslike as she urged Wang Mingwan to hurry. Room 3001. Bo Jia leaned helplessly against a corner of the wall, a tear slipping from the corner of his eye. After a moment, his hand clenched tightly, but his gaze gradually became firm. "Building owner, I am Bo Jia. Are you free now? I want to tell you something." Because too many people had suddenly flooded in, there was enough space to house them, but the remaining number of job positions in the building was running short. Shen Ruoran made a quick calculation. At the current wage structure, in at most 5 days, the building would meet the conditions for an upgrade. After upgrading and gaining more floors, she could then assign jobs to tenants who had no income. Because Zhao Yunlei had been delayed for a while by Wang Mingwan, the second batch of tourists went downstairs and were left with only physically demanding courier and moving jobs. The second batch consisted mostly of wealthy socialites or rich entrepreneurial women, people without much physical strength. Guyu, newly appointed recruitment manager of the building, decided to assign jobs based on physique for this category. Anyone who looked slender or weak was automatically excluded. "Young Master Gu, our families have always had a good cooperation. Could you arrange a position for me? Our Zhou family is willing to voluntarily give up 10% of profits from future projects with the Gu Corporation." Giving up 10% per project was an enormous sacrifice for any businessman. However, such generous terms still failed to move Guyu. Too many people were eyeing his position. He could not show favoritism. This job was real. If the heavy rain never stopped, even giving him the entire Zhou group would be meaningless. Only being alive to enjoy it mattered. Wang Mingwan watched the Zhou family lady suffer a setback and felt a secret sense of satisfaction. This woman had mocked her behind her back more than once. But soon she also felt worried. A 10% profit concession per project was already a huge compromise. What card should she play to get Guyu to assign her a job that was easy, comfortable, and well paid? Wang Feng brought over another batch of mostly male visitors. Although somewhat lean, men naturally had greater physical strength than women. These people had already been living together for several months. The shortest had been in contact for nearly 2 months. Guyu knew them fairly well, and after asking a few simple questions, already had a plan for assigning positions. Seeing the number of remaining positions on the recruitment board decrease, Wang Mingwan finally gritted her teeth and offered a massive 30% concession. Chapter 98. No authorization. Many businesspeople present were so envious their faces turned red, practically itching to take over this golden opportunity. The Bo Group was considered a well-known enterprise in City B. A 30% profit concession was no different from directly handing the company over. Mrs. Zhou turned to Wang Mingwan with a mocking look and said sharply, "Wang Mingwan, as a mistress stepmother, do you even have the authority to make decisions for the Bo Group? It's true that Bo Jianli drowned, but he still has a biological son. The Bo Group should be inherited by that child." Wang Mingwan hated being called a mistress the most. Her gaze turned vicious as she shot back without politeness. "I am the first-ranked heir in my husband's will. Mrs. Zhou, your husband seems to have quite a few heirs. Should I count them for you?" In the midst of the women's argument, hidden scandals of wealthy families were exposed one after another, making the surrounding onlookers widen their eyes in gossip-filled excitement. Cough. Regarding the remaining positions in the building, I already have candidates. For those of you who haven't secured jobs yet, don't worry. The building owner said more positions may be released in a few days. Please keep an eye out, and we will also notify everyone. Guyu finalized the decision, cutting off the chaotic disputes among the women. Then he turned and left without looking back, afraid that even a moment's delay would get him entangled. He hated being persistently pestered the most. "Zhou Qing, you're still alive." A sharp pain came from Zhou Qing's right shoulder as she turned around and saw a familiar twisted face. The rush had caused her worn clothes to nearly fall apart. "Mrs. Bo, you're among today's batch of visitors? That's great. Is Mr. Bo also here?" Zhou Qing frowned slightly, ignoring the discomfort in her shoulder, and sincerely felt happy for Wang Mingwan. Previously, Wang Mingwan had always presented herself as gentle, dignified, and elegant, so Zhou Qing had not noticed the hostility in her tone. "He's dead. You two have been living here all this time? You haven't gone outside." Zhou Qing did not guard against Wang Mingwan too much, but she still firmly kept Shen Ruoran's secret, not revealing much. "Yes, we've been relatively fortunate." Wang Mingwan pinched her thigh hard, barely managing to suppress the jealousy in her eyes. Why should a rural woman and a so-called illegitimate child be living in a completely safe zone from the very beginning of the disaster, while she and Bo Jianli had to suffer so much? "Zhou Qing, take me back home immediately." Wang Mingwan did not have the key to room 3001. She knew Bo Jia would absolutely not open the door for her. Right now, only Zhou Qing could be used. Although Bo Jia was in debt, that apartment was real. It could still serve as her shelter. Zhou Qing did not suspect anything. She had already finished work and was originally going home anyway. Taking advantage of Zhou Qing's honesty, Wang Mingwan began openly probing her about the building, Bo Jia, and Zhou Qing's own situation. "What? You not only have no debt, you can even save up a large amount of wealth value every month." Zhou Qing encouraged her. "Madam, you can do it too. All tenants in the building have jobs, and the wealth value earned each day is enough to meet normal living needs." Wang Mingwan secretly gritted her teeth. That little beast Bo Jia had actually colluded with others in the building to deceive her. Truly an ungrateful wretch. Before the elevator reached the 30th floor, Wang Mingwan had already thought of more than a dozen ways to deal with her stepson, and how to seize the wealth value in his account. Even Zhou Qing's would be included under her control. Facial recognition passed. The door opened. Inside was still arranged exactly as it had been before the natural disaster. Wang Mingwan's eyes burned with greed as she stepped in behind Zhou Qing. Warning! Warning! This person has no authorization to enter. Chapter 99 True Colors Exposed. Her foot hung in midair as if it had stepped onto an extremely hard steel plate, unable to break through even the slightest bit. Wang Mingwan didn't believe it. She tried harder and harder, cold sweat even beginning to form on her face. Zhou Qing, come pull me in. The warning sound from the door was not only heard by Wang Mingwan, Zhou Qing heard it clearly as well. When the door was open, the building had no rule preventing outsiders from entering tenants' rooms. Even so, every tenant's room was equipped with a safety rental protection system that would immediately notify them of any intrusion. But Zhou Qing had never heard of anyone being directly blocked from stepping into a room at the very beginning. That could only mean one thing. The building owner had taken action. Zhou Qing did not reach out to help Wang Mingwan as requested. Instead, she stared at her intently, her gaze making Wang Mingwan feel a chill run down her spine. Wang Mingwan widened her eyes in anger. Zhou Qing, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and pull me in. Zhou Qing shook her head. Madam, all publicly rented rooms in this building do not have the concept of no authorization to enter. But you cannot enter this place. Madam, I want to ask you, what exactly did you do? Wang Mingwan hated nothing more than being questioned, especially by Zhou Qing, a long-time servant of the Bo family. At that moment, she looked like a wild cat with its fur standing on end, ready to lash out and scratch Zhou Qing at any second. You filthy bitch, what right do you have to question me? Hurry up and let me in, or I'll make sure you can't survive in City B ever again. Zhou Qing could not understand why this well-dressed noblewoman had suddenly gone insane. At that moment the bedroom door moved. Bo Jia walked out with a dark expression. His bloodshot eyes were eerily crimson like a ghost's, and his fists under his sleeves cracked with suppressed rage. He was already at his limit. He enunciated each word clearly. Wang Mingwan, watch your mouth. This is the house my mother bought for me when she was alive. Aunt Qing is a senior who has taken care of me since I was a child. A poisonous woman like you will never be qualified to enter. Bo Jia walked forward and slammed the door shut. Outside, the woman's filthy, bone-deep curses continued. He pressed his lips together and didn't dare look at Zhou Qing. This was the first time he had ever shown such an explosive temper in front of Aunt Qing. But hearing Wang Mingwan insult Zhou Qing, combined with countless old grudges, he could not hold it back anymore. Jia, you've suffered all these years. Zhou Qing looked at Bo Jia with heartache. Only now did she realize that his usual cold and distant attitude toward Wang Mingwan had always had a reason behind it. Such a good child had truly suffered. To be burdened with a stepmother who looked like a human being but acted like a monster in private. Normally she pretended to be a perfect stepmother in front of others, but now, in this apocalypse where everyone was struggling to survive, she no longer had the patience to keep up the act. Bo Jia smiled obediently. He had long grown used to hearing that woman's endless vile insults in private and no longer cared. Zhou Qing sat down on a chair, took off her cloth shoes, and put on a pair of slippers from the cabinet. Jia, what exactly happened with that no authorization just now? I told the building owner about Wang Mingwan's situation. She was the one who took action. On the dining table were blue and white cups. Bo Jia poured water into Zhou Qing's cup and continued. Aunt Qing, so many visitors came to the building today. You must have been very busy in the restaurant. Drink some water and rest for a while. Looking at such a sensible child, Zhou Qing's nose turned sour again. Tears began to pour out uncontrollably. She felt so foolish. Only today did she finally see Wang Mingwan's true face. If she had known earlier, she would have protected Bo Jia better. No wonder the child always gave others a distant, depressed impression. It was all that poisonous woman's doing. Chapter 100. Wants to borrow wealth value again. Doesn't Mr. Bo see anything wrong with the person beside him at all? And he doesn't even try to stop her? Zhou Qing's hand paused mid-motion. Suddenly she remembered. In the elevator, Wang Mingwan had said a lot about Bo Jianli. Bo Jianli was dead. Bojia noticed Zhou Qing's hesitant expression and thought she had been hurt by Wang Mingwan's foul language, so he stepped forward, trying to comfort her. He had been used to it since childhood, but Zhou Qing was seeing Wang Mingwan's ugly true face for the first time. "Aunt Qing, let me tell you something. You need to stay strong," Zhou Qing said, her eyes flashing with hesitation. After a moment, she still decided to tell Bojia the truth early. After all, that was his biological father. He was still different from that vicious stepmother. Bojia calmly responded with an "oh." After his mother became ill from being angered by that pair of adulterous lovers, Bo Jianli had already become a complete stranger to him. He would often hit and scold him under Wang Mingwan's green tea like pretense of weakness. At first, Bojia would explain, but after too many times, he realized that explanations were useless against Wang Mingwan's manipulative tactics. So he was not saddened by Bo Jianli's death. As the number of people in the building increased, the most direct benefit was that Shen Ruoran's account balance also kept rising. Among the new tenants were many wealthy people who spent money extravagantly. After being suppressed for months, once they obtained wealth value, they immediately began spending recklessly on whatever they wanted. The supermarket manager and warehouse manager became much busier. When Shen Ruoran went to eat in the restaurant private room, Zhou Qing specifically told her about Wang Mingwan's situation that day. Since the building owner had helped them, she needed to report the aftermath. In fact, on the third day after the new tenants moved in, Shen Ruoran had already accumulated 2,000 wealth points. But with more people came higher daily operational costs, so she waited another 3 days. When the account stabilized at 3,500 points, she finally chose to upgrade. For tenants with jobs, this decision didn't affect them much. But Wang Mingwan was in a miserable state. Having no income source, she could only spend the money borrowed from the bank. Within just 2 or 3 days, she had completely spent all the borrowed funds. Zhou Qing and Bojia avoided her like she was a plague. With nowhere else to go, Wang Mingwan entered the Wealth Value Loan Bank for the 3rd time. "Madam, before you repay your previous debt of 10 wealth points plus interest, you cannot borrow a second loan." Wang Mingwan panicked and immediately argued with the bank clerk, even verbally attacking her. How could a mere clerk refuse to do business with her? The clerk laughed coldly and glanced at her. "Even if you really are Mrs. Bo, didn't you read the borrowing rules when you took the loan? Or are you just blind?" On the walls outside the bank, on the scrolling screens inside, and even on the marble counter she had leaned on, the rule was repeatedly displayed. Loans cannot be taken with existing debt. The first time she came, Wang Mingwan had been thinking about exploiting her stepson and only glanced at the layout. The second time, the guide was rushing her, so she hastily borrowed up to the maximum limit and left before the clerk finished speaking. Only after she spent everything and came the 3rd time did she realize such a rule existed. When threats and persuasion failed, Wang Mingwan switched tactics. She took out a handkerchief, pretending to be pitiful and delicate, crying as she narrated her tragic story. But the clerk did not fall for it. The system rules were fixed. She had no authority to approve anything for Wang Mingwan. Chapter 101 wants to invest. The sobbing sound made the clerk's ears ache. Unable to stand it any longer, she walked to the safe, blocked the line of sight, entered a 6-digit password, took out the intercom inside, and reported Wang Mingwan's situation to the building owner. Shen Ruoran only sent back one sentence. "If you don't follow the building rules, then get out." The voice came through the intercom speaker. To Wang Mingwan, those words were cold and merciless. Her face turned pale and she stopped crying. With the building owner's instruction, the clerk immediately began to eject her without ceremony, muttering, "Even if you don't have a job, you can still apply to set up a stall and earn wealth value from the building owner. It's already good enough to survive. You're still not satisfied." Hearing this, Wang Mingwan's face burned with humiliation. She lowered her head, hiding her twisted expression, and quickly walked out of the bank. "Come take a look. Fresh-baked pickled vegetable pancakes. Sugar pancakes are out of the oven. Handmade genuine leather bags. Don't miss out when you pass by, on par with Chanel and Gucci brands, clean and undamaged." Wang Mingwan glanced disdainfully at the homemade bags placed on woven sacks. In her eyes they were worlds apart from what she normally used, even worse than garbage bags. The vendors were very perceptive. They dragged their stools slightly away, clearly disgusted and distancing themselves from her. This area was like the village entrance of the countryside. It was the gossip center of the entire building. Everything that happened inside, even the oldest and most trivial matters, would be discussed here. Wang Qing worried that Wang Mingwan might use moral pressure in the eyes of outsiders to manipulate the naive Bo Jia. While serving meals in the restaurant, she would occasionally talk about Bo Jia's tragic background, but she never mentioned Wang Mingwan by name. People only knew that a stepmother of Bo Jia had come to the building. Afterward, Wang Mingwan had privately inquired about Bo Jia and Zhou Qing's situation, and continued using the same White Lotus manipulative tactics she had used on Bo Jianli. But her plans were destined to fail. This building was not a normal society. Everything here was controlled by Shen Ruoran. And Bo Jia and Zhou Qing, as the first and second employees and tenants of the building, and living on the excellent 30th floor, were clearly the favorites of the building owner. Even if some people were momentarily fooled by Wang Mingwan's pitiful appearance, they did not dare to speak up. After several failed attempts, Wang Mingwan realized this trick was useless, so she switched to using the authority of the Bo group to pressure others. She had observed that most of the old tenants who entered the building before the disaster were ordinary people. As long as she brought up the Bo group's benefits, no one should be able to resist. But she was wrong again. The continuous rain had turned the world into hell. Everyone here was just trying to survive day by day. Only fools who didn't understand the situation would be tempted. After repeated failures, Wang Mingwan had become somewhat famous in the building, seen as a vain, arrogant, foul-mouthed, manipulative woman who was often discussed during idle gossip. Wang Mingwan arrived at the first-floor vendor area. She wasn't actually planning to set up a stall. Instead, she picked the most satisfactory dessert shop and said domineeringly, "Miss, I am the wife of the chairman of the Bo Group. Your dessert shop has good prospects. With enough initial investment, it will definitely grow into a major business within the building." She tried to imitate the way Bo Jianli used to conduct business negotiations, copying it word for word. The dessert stall owner twitched her lips, clearly not expecting this move and somewhat unable to handle it. She understood what Wang Mingwan meant. She was trying to invest in her shop, but in reality it was just a way to take a share of profits for nothing. It was essentially using the future profits of the Bo Group as bait. Afraid that rejecting her too directly might cause Wang Mingwan to go insane, the stall owner quietly packed up some of her desserts and said, "No need. It's a small business in the building. Just enough to support myself is fine." Chapter 102. Second upgrade. Seeing that the stall owner was completely unresponsive, Wang Mingwan switched tactics and held an impromptu tender, looking for any vendor willing to recognize the value of the Bo Group. But no one paid her any attention. The shouting grew quieter and quieter, as everyone simply treated Wang Mingwan as if she didn't exist. Repeatedly being ignored made Wang Mingwan furious. She stomped her feet in rage. She hadn't experienced such helplessness in a very long time. Ever since she got to know Bo Jia's mother, she had gotten whatever she wanted. That woman was too easy to fool. She only needed a few fabricated excuses, and the woman would fall for them completely, doing everything she could to help her. Eventually, even her husband slipped away and became hers as well. For over 10 years, she had not encountered anything or anyone that could displease her. Today she had suffered a huge setback. She stubbornly stayed on the first floor arguing with the vendors for a full hour. In the end, it was Li Fei who couldn't stand it anymore and forcibly removed her from the area under the excuse of disrupting tenants' public interests. Wang Mingwan crouched alone in a corner of the corridor, directing all her resentment and humiliation toward Bo Jia and Zhou Qing. Her hateful gaze locked onto the ceiling leading upstairs, as if it could bleed the next second. She would get revenge, no matter the cost. At 6 p.m., everyone in the building followed Shen Ruoran's instructions and ended their outside activities, obediently staying inside their rented rooms. Experienced tenants had already taken showers, changed into pajamas, and lay flat in bed, quietly waiting to fall asleep. But the newcomers, not understanding the meaning behind the order, were still doing various things in their rooms instead of going to bed. After all, it was still too early, far from their usual sleeping time. At 6:30 p.m., Shen Ruoran activated the upgrade. The system prompt indicated that the second upgrade would take much longer than the first, this time a full 13 hours. After some consideration, she chose to start the upgrade early. A popular political drama was projected, caramel lattes were prepared, and fried chicken and burgers were laid out. Leaning into a soft sofa, Shen Ruoran took a satisfied sip of coffee. But in the next moment, her consciousness began to blur and fade. Just before losing awareness completely, she sensed something was wrong and released a surge of spiritual power. But it was already too late. It had no effect. At the last moment, she could only forcefully pinch her thigh, though her eyelashes still naturally closed. Strange. Why was she also being bound by the same upgrade rules as the tenants? Time passed gradually, and everyone fell into deep sleep. When Shen Ruoran opened her eyes again, exactly 13 hours had passed. She realized her spiritual power had advanced. A rich, overflowing energy filled her sea of consciousness. Previously, her spiritual power only allowed her to retrieve mysterious resources from her personal space once, but now she estimated she could do it at least 3 times consecutively. The building's second upgrade had ended. She was not in a hurry to explore new mysteries and, as usual, opened the system interface. This time there were significantly more red notification dots than before. Although upgrading was a good thing, a trace of seriousness appeared on Shen Ruoran's face. She had not expected the building to develop abilities beyond her control. She disliked this feeling very much. Congratulations! The survival work building has successfully reached level 3. Current building account balance: 1,603.3 wealth points. Conditions for next upgrade: spend 1 million wealth points. 1 million wealth points. Shen Ruoran's mood grew even worse. At the current income rate, it would take a very long time to accumulate that amount. As if sensing the building owner's pressure, the system panel rarely popped up an additional message. New expansion function unlocked. 1 wealth point equals 0.000001 square meters of land territory. Chapter 103, Basement Level 3. After reading the detailed function explanation, Shen Ruoran felt a little better. If she had enough wealth value, she could continuously expand the land. The other building, the Wantong building, could also be truly incorporated into her building's territory. Not bad, this was a useful function. Although there were countless red update notifications on the system interface, the Level 3 building was no longer what it used to be. With virtual VR projection, she could clearly and intuitively observe the changes in the building. She could even monitor the tenants' movements. Shen Ruoran sniffed the air. The caramel latte still smelled the same, it was still drinkable. She took small sips, even though it had gone cold, the taste was still there. She didn't mind leftovers at all. In her worst days in the transmigration worlds, she had eaten anything edible, or not edible, just to survive. Survival came first. Hunger was unbearable. As for fried chicken and burgers, Shen Ruoran reheated them in the microwave, put on gloves, and while eating, used her spiritual power to control the entire building. The floor area had not changed, it was fixed. But another underground level had been added. Her eyes suddenly lit up with intensity as her gaze locked onto basement level 3. Unlike basement levels 1 and 2, this space was different. It felt as if it had been specially created for the building to form an ocean-like domain. Basement level 3. An infinite space within a limited region. Shen Ruoran carefully examined it and sincerely admired the wonders of the upgrade. All attribute bonuses of each floor had increased, including the ordinary residential floors. Simply staying in the rooms would accelerate physical recovery. Not only that, Shen Ruoran could now customize additional attributes for basement level 3. Increase animal reproduction rate, increase plant growth speed, reduce negative effects on the human body, reduce spiritual power consumption. She had high expectations for this piece of land. She dismissed more than a dozen system-generated options. Even the most useful one for her, reducing spiritual power consumption, was rejected without hesitation. Purify water and air quality. An invisible force from the building wiped away the 6 words she had written, silently expressing resistance. Shen Ruoran typed again with greater force. 50% effect. Purify water and air quality. After 4 to 5 seconds of silence, The deletion appeared again, covering her second input. If one looked closely, faint traces of moisture could be seen around the 50% portion, as if it were evaporating water vapor. It seemed like sweat produced under extreme fear. Under such pressure, the system erased it immediately, but a faint trace still remained. Heh! If you dare oppose me again, I don't mind splitting the entire building interface in half. Shen Ruoran made a cutting gesture with her slender fingers, as if forming a blade of force. Her gaze was arrogant, confident and dismissive. Do not challenge the building system. Do not forget your 13 hours of sufficient sleep yesterday. Last night, she had suddenly fallen into unconsciousness. Shen Ruoran hated anything outside her control. She had deliberately provoked the system while testing the basement level 3 customization feature, just to probe its true nature. Otherwise, she would never have given up the reduced spiritual power consumption option. She hadn't expected to actually force it out. Shen Ruoran rarely spoke so patiently, but she responded logically. First, the customization authority was given to me by you, and there was no prior restriction stating which attributes are prohibited. Second, since you reject what I wrote, that itself is unreasonable. I'm a reasonable person. If you don't like the first option I wrote, fine, I can change it. But why are you deleting my second one? These two are clearly different things. Chapter 104 Beaten Up. The building system. Although its rational logic told it that Shen Ruoran's demand was completely unreasonable, it somehow also felt that what she said made a lot of sense. The building system. It suddenly realized something. She had said "you all systems" in her first sentence, but in the second sentence she used "you." Could it be she had discovered something? Shen Ruoran clearly had no intention of giving the system time to think. If it reacted and came up with countermeasures, things would become troublesome, so she continued applying pressure. I assume systems like you have heard of this before. My previous system was beaten into submission by me. Of course that was its fault. I was only acting in self-defense. The building system had indeed heard of that battle. It was infamous. Normally, only systems controlled hosts. There had never been a case where a system was beaten back by a host. The system involved, at 091, had been so humiliated it went into seclusion for a month before daring to appear again. But because of Shen Ruoran's overwhelming record, at 091's value had skyrocketed afterward, even showing signs of surpassing the top-rank system. Shen Ruoran said casually, "If you can't give me a reasonable explanation for those 2 points I just raised, then I'll treat it as grounds for self-defense again." With that, she moved her limbs and began warming up. Her intent to fight was extremely clear. The building system almost cried. According to human civil law, self-defense doesn't work like that, does it? Helpless, it tried a verbal deterrent. Before you can act, you will fall into unconsciousness just like yesterday. It had also decided not to follow Shen Ruoran's logic anymore. Now it deeply regretted deleting her first proposal about purifying water and air. That enhancement would indeed interfere with the world's original trajectory, but at least the system could control how much it increased. Even 0.0000000000000000000001% still counted as an adjustment. But the 50%, she added later, that was the real problem. It was far too extreme. At 50%, it was basically defying the natural order. Shen Ruoran had already roughly confirmed her suspicion. The building system was not a single entity. The one arguing with her now was clearly weaker than the one responsible for upgrades. She narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled, gentle yet cold. "Am I being nice to reason with you, and you think I'm easy to bully?" In an instant, a surge of spiritual power exploded outward. All the furniture in the room shattered into sand-like fragments. Shen Ruoran reached into the air's fine cracks and pulled out a strange small robot. "Release me immediately, or you will be punished by the building." Of course, Shen Ruoran wasn't intimidated. Instead, her next words filled the system with deep fear. "If it were the building itself, I'd actually enjoy testing my real strength against it. But you're clearly weaker than at 091. Why would I be afraid of you?" The robot's small antennae drooped in fear. Its young mechanical voice trembled. "What? Scary human. I want to go back to the stars. I don't want to stay here anymore. That system brother lied to me. He said retired hosts would have their special powers taken back and become easy to control. Liar, all liars. Once frightened, the building system started spilling everything. Shen Ruoran wasn't interested in the system brother it mentioned. She shook the robot hard until its metal frame began to fall apart. After a one-sided physical lesson, she tossed the small robot aside. It lay on the ground spewing faint white foam, completely broken. While the system was reconnecting, Shen Ruoran calmly stated her final, dominant demand. Chapter 105. Knocking on the door. For the basement level 3 enhancement attribute, I will write it one last time. If you still stubbornly refuse to implement the customization function, I won't be polite anymore. The building system's scattered parts curled into a ball and repeatedly agreed. The violent woman was too terrifying. It couldn't beat her. 100% effect. Purify water and air quality. The building system. What did it just see? Was it blind? Shen Ruoran flicked a blade of spiritual force. The building system obediently shifted its mechanical eye away, pretending it had not seen the text input. As long as it pretended not to know, the laws of heaven wouldn't punish it. Shen Ruoran glanced at the obedient system in satisfaction. The interface did not continue running smoothly like before. It instead entered a frozen, glitching state, similar to an old television filled with static. The wall-mounted clock ticked calmly, second by second moving clockwise. The building system was, in a sense, bound to the building itself. As long as it remained inside, it had strong self-repair capabilities. When Shen Ruoran looked at it again, its condition had already improved significantly. The static gradually faded into a white screen. The system stammered. See, change it. 100% purification of water and air goes against natural and scientific laws. If you insist, it may cause a regression of the building. Shen Ruoran, unfazed by such things, simply responded with a soft Her consciousness entered her personal space, and she retrieved a stabilizing auxiliary device with her spiritual power. She connected it to the interface. Hundreds of transparent, data cable-like strands spread throughout the room, forming complex streams of code. The building system dared not touch these cables from a higher-tier interstellar source. The small robot turned its head nervously, and between the options of being killed or being beaten up again, it chose survival. Carefully avoiding the flowing data strands, it retreated to a safe zone, where even the cables avoided. It deliberately moved its tiny mechanical feet a few centimeters away, maintaining a cautious distance from Shen Ruoran at the center of the room. It was still traumatized by everything that had happened half an hour ago. While the interface was malfunctioning, Shen Ruoran idly played with the endlessly multiplying data strands in her hand. The sight made the small robot tremble. A notorious figure in the interstellar system hierarchy was now being casually handled like a toy by the building owner. The building system once again upgraded its danger assessment of Shen Ruoran by several levels. Avoid contact at all costs. Building owner, the building has changed a lot. It's much prettier now. Building owner, are you awake? It's really luxurious outside. Would you like to come out and take a look? Building owner, the supermarket has many new products. Have you visited yet? Building owner, The knocking voices came cautiously from outside the door. Their tone was unnatural. Each sentence seemed to carry hidden meaning. Shen Ruoran's eyes flashed with suspicion. The residents knew she disliked disturbances. They would never normally speak to her like this without reason. Something was wrong. Just tell me what's going on. Stop beating around the bush. She did not open the door. The situation inside the room was not something others could see. Outside the door, the supermarket staff and customers exchanged uneasy glances. They didn't know how to bring it up, that the supermarket prices had suddenly been raised to more than 3 times the normal level. Even though their saved wealth value could still cover today's meals, what about tomorrow? And the day after? They were paid fixed wages. If income kept being drained faster than it came in, sooner or later everything would run out. Chapter 106. Meeting Wang Mingwan again. Building owner, could you open the door? We have something we'd like to say to you face to face. Someone gathered courage and spoke up, inviting Shen Ruoran cautiously. Everyone knew the building owner had a somewhat cold personality. Although her policies were very humane, facing her directly still made people nervous. They had heard she could casually kick someone to death with a single strike. Shen Ruoran frowned. She didn't understand why anything had to be said in person. I won't come out. If you want to avoid others, then have them leave first. That can be my order. The speaker choked. That wasn't what he meant. Why don't we just say it directly? One supermarket employee lightly nudged the person beside him and suggested in a low voice. After some discussion, they decided to speak together. If the building owner blamed them, they would all accept punishment together. Fair and square. Their tone was tragic, like soldiers heading to the front lines. Building owner, we noticed that supermarket goods have increased in price many times over, but our wages are fixed. In a few days we won't even be able to afford food. Could you please lower prices, or raise our salaries? Zhou Qing walked out from the stairwell and saw a crowd gathered outside the building owner's door. She sighed quietly but stood still. Zhou Qing auntie, please go talk to her. The restaurant prices are way too expensive. Behind her stood 7 or 8 restaurant customers. Just like the supermarket situation, restaurant prices had also inexplicably increased several times. It was completely unacceptable. So the regular customers urged Zhou Qing, the restaurant manager, to speak to the building owner and appeal emotionally and reasonably to restore the old affordable prices. Originally, Zhou Qing had been cooking with a spatula in hand and refused what she believed was an unreasonable request. Even if prices were sky high, that was still acceptable. They were already extremely fortunate to live in such a high-quality shelter. The building owner setting low prices was a kindness, not an obligation. If she no longer wanted to do so, there must be a reason. But Zhou Qing had a soft personality and couldn't withstand the persuasion of the customers. She put down her spatula and was pulled into the elevator. Before she could react, she was already taken to the 28th floor. Along the way, she kept hearing the customers rehearsing arguments. Several times she tried to speak, but was interrupted and suppressed by their moral reasoning, unable to finish a single sentence. A sweet yet mocking voice came from behind her. Zhou Qing, you've latched onto the building owner and live well without worrying about wealth value. But most of us are ordinary people. We didn't have much wealth value to begin with. Now that prices have increased, aren't you just forcing us to starve? That voice, Zhou Qing had heard it for over 10 years. She used to respect it, thinking it was just the tone of a noblewoman. But now it sounded fake, pretentious, and disgusting. She turned around, and of course it was Wang Mingwan. The woman's outfit was far more revealing than when she first arrived at the building. Her chest was partially exposed, skin flushed in red and white tones, with visible marks left behind. When Wang Mingwan noticed Zhou Qing's contemptuous gaze, she became slightly uncomfortable, but quickly lifted her chin again, returning to the arrogant demeanor of Mrs. Bo. A courier badge hung on her shirt. A rough male hand reached into her exposed skin and squeezed roughly, then licked his lips in satisfaction. We must make the building owner restore the old prices. You're Zhou Qing, right? Be sensible and go knock on the door. The man had a fierce face and a terrifying gaze. Zhou Qing felt a chill run down her spine, as if she were facing a member of the underworld. Chapter 107 Dispute. Zhou Qing patted her chest and chose to face the thugman covered in muscles head-on. The building belonged to the building owner. No one was allowed to issue orders beyond her authority. You all have it wrong. Prices are set by the building owner, not something that can simply be restored whenever you want. I know life will get harder after the prices increased, but have you ever thought about this? Only the building can provide us with a normal life. We need the building, it does not need us. Zhou Qing's words were objective and true, but clearly most residents couldn't accept them. After living a few days of normal life inside the building, they had begun to assume it should match pre-disaster social order. The crowd, led by the thugman, curled their lips in disagreement. They had been officially hired into positions in the building and contributed to its operations. Why shouldn't their normal living conditions be guaranteed? The thugman had a fiery temper and was easily provoked. He walked over, grabbed Zhou Qing by the collar, and lifted the more than 50-kilogram woman into the air. His thick brows pressed close to her face, and a strong stench came from his mouth. Zhou Qing nearly vomited from the smell. Old woman, don't think I won't hit you just because we're at the building owner's door. Do what I say, or I'll make sure you suffer. Hey, you bastard, let go of Aunt Qing. The crowd from the elevator had been too large, so Bojia didn't wait. He ran up several flights of stairs and arrived covered in sweat. He didn't even have time to catch his breath before he saw Zhou Qing being lifted like a chick. He shouted while running over, trying to physically fight the thug man. Bojia, perfect timing. You and Zhou Qing go persuade the building owner together. Tell her to lower the prices again. Preferably even lower than before. Bojia. There are always people in this world with bizarre logic. Bojia's feelings toward Wang Mingwan had once been pure hatred, but now it was mixed with speechless contempt. Letting someone like her into the building already felt like the building owner had been too kind, and yet she still shamelessly made such disrespectful demands. Bojia said coldly, Wang Mingwan, you're rotten to the core. My father Bo Jianli must have gone blind in middle age to ever choose someone like you. Wang Mingwan, furious, raised her hand, but before the slap could land, the patrol team arrived after receiving a report. Hey, what are you all doing gathered here? The patrol team was one of the few combat-equipped professions in the building, holding electric batons. Their intimidating gaze made everyone uneasy. Security and patrol staff in the building were selected under strict conditions. They were strong, capable of fighting, and completely loyal to Shen Ruoran. Many of them had even fought her before, and all had experienced the overwhelming helplessness of absolute power, becoming loyal both psychologically and physically. The arriving patrol member happened to recognize Bojia and Zhou Qing. They frequently interacted with the building owner's messengers and restaurant manager. He nodded at them and silently asked if help was needed. Bojia looked at Zhou Qing. He had just arrived and didn't fully understand the situation. Zhou Qing pulled Bojia closer and quickly explained everything that had just happened. At the entrance of room 2803, a supermarket customer who had been standing there for a long time flushed red and stepped forward. He began listing wage data and price statistics, attempting to logically persuade the trusted representatives of the building owner. Just as he was speaking passionately, the communicator tied around Bojia's waist suddenly emitted a beep-beep-beep sound. Chapter 108. Handling Transmigration. Bojia received a message through the communicator. Bojia, have the outside situation handled by Transmigration. Also tell him, the matter we previously agreed on can be brought forward. The cold voice carried no emotion. Ordinary words transmitted through the communicator sounded unsettlingly chilling. The communicator slipped from slender fingers. Shen Ruoran looked extremely pale, her long dark lashes lowered as she coughed up a mouthful of red blood. Walls and floors shattered. The luxurious interior exploded into ruins. Nothing remained intact. Countless black threads scattered through the air, severed and broken, yet stubbornly reconnected, forming faint silver rings of light. Shen Ruoran coughed lightly, lips curling into a faint smile. Her eyes still carried that careless contempt. What she wanted to do, there was nothing she couldn't accomplish. Transmigration was urgently called to the 10th floor surveillance room. People were divided into 3 groups, all staring at him. Captain Chen, tell us honestly, isn't the building's pricing abnormal now? Ordinary people can't afford to live like this. Captain Chen, I've always admired soldiers like you who protect the people. You'll definitely stand up for justice for us, right? Men and women crowded around him, pushing closer until he was surrounded completely. Hands even reached to touch his arms and waist familiarly. Transmigration suppressed his discomfort, stepped back several meters, and raised both hands to stop them from approaching. Don't get too close. I'll ask a few people first. If anyone else needs to add something later, they can. Speaking all at once is just wasting time. 10 minutes later, the noisy discussion finally quieted down. The thug-like man even casually touched Wang Mingwan's figure but did not escalate further. He was somewhat wary of Transmigration's combat strength. Transmigration did not think the situation was serious. He calmly tried to reassure everyone. Prices rose today. Let's wait and see tomorrow morning whether wages also increase. If they do, then everything balances out, no problem at all. What if wages don't increase tomorrow? Someone asked weakly from below. The thug man smirked. Since Captain Chan said it, there's no way wages won't increase, right? And if there really is a problem, he'll definitely speak up for us. He's not a selfish or irresponsible person. Chan Machine's deep eyes calmly swept over the thug man, instantly recognizing the attempt to pressure him with moral framing, forcing him into an obligation he never agreed to. In that instant, a chill ran through the thug man's body. Chan Machine was not naive or soft-hearted. He stated coldly, "If wages do not increase, then you will endure it. Everything follows the building's rules. If you can't accept it, you can leave and find your own way to survive." Seeing some people still about to argue, his gaze turned sharp like a blade, shutting them down instantly. He pointed at the patrol rules posted inside the room and picked up a ruler, tapping it on the fourth line. The use of force is not opposed. In special circumstances, even lethal force is not prohibited. Do you want me to read it out loud for you? He and another patrol officer held electric batons, ready for action. The usually gentle-eyed teammate now showed no warmth at all. An older woman in a red coat lowered her head and muttered, thinking she was speaking quietly. "So they're soldiers. Still so cruel, cutting off our livelihood." Her voice wasn't low enough. Everyone heard it. But no one refuted it. Because all of them felt their interests were being affected. Chapter 109. Departing for the capital. The elderly men and women who had been hiding in the crowd immediately grew unhappy at those words. They rolled up the sleeves they had bought from the stall and angrily pushed the woman who had spoken. They spat at her. "Pa! Without them we'd still be foreign slaves for life. You ungrateful thing, apologize now." Chan Machine looked at the crowd with relief. Most people could still distinguish right from wrong. 9:30 a.m. Chan Machine's team assembled in full traveling light. Only Li Fei carried a large canvas travel bag that looked extremely heavy, almost dragging to his calves. In his hand he held a huge fragrant fried chicken drumstick, eating it with a lifeless expression. His mouth was stuffed full. Even though he was clearly already full, he still forced himself to keep eating. Wu Wei glanced at him with confusion and couldn't help but smack the backpack, startled by its weight. "Li Fei, we're going to the capital to deliver something, not on a picnic. Why did you bring so much food? Aren't you afraid you'll throw up later?" Li Fei gave him a meaningful look that seemed to say everything without explanation, sweeping his gaze across the team. His expression was unfathomably confident. "You'll understand later. Your big brother is very, very smart." The vendors squatting 20 meters away watched Chan Machine's team bickering with great interest, almost wishing they had sunflower seeds to crack while watching. At that moment, Shen Ruoran arrived, followed by 10 cleaning workers smiling brightly. They had spent the entire previous day in fear. Now that they woke up and saw their wages had indeed increased, their smiles never faded. 7 or 8 submarines were controlled by Shen Ruoran. The cleaning workers boarded them one by one for a third round of cleaning. The first 2 cleanings had been done on the day the submarines were stored in her spatial storage and the following day, ensuring all materials inside were spotless. If Chan Machine and the others had been present, they would have recognized these submarines immediately, the same ones they had once brought here, which then mysteriously disappeared. These submarines were extremely expensive on the market with top-tier performance. Yet Li Fei looked slightly disappointed. After finishing his last bite of chicken drumstick, he asked bluntly, "Boss, the capital is really far. Why aren't we using a better submarine?" Li Fei had long been eyeing Shen Ruoran's special submarine with unique abilities, but never had the chance to ride it. Finally having a trip with the boss, he had been looking forward to it. But she had no intention of using it. After the cleaning was complete, Shen Ruoran moved her mind and retrieved 7 submarines, leaving only one for the journey. Chan Machine gently nudged Li Fei, signaling him not to talk nonsense. There must be a reason for everything the boss did. Just follow orders. Li Fei pouted helplessly. Clearly, everyone wanted to see the boss's miraculous submarine. Why was he wrong for just asking? Inside the submarine, the space was not large. The original luxury entertainment facilities had all been removed, making it feel much more empty. Since carrying heavy bags inside was unsafe, Li Fei stood at the edge and tossed his bag down, jokingly telling Owen to catch it. Owen assumed it was just a few dozen packs of instant food and reached out with one arm. Thud. His legs nearly gave out. He looked up in disbelief, mouth twitching, almost swearing. He glared at Li Fei with deep resentment. You brat. Did you bring your whole house? Even Special Forces training loads aren't this heavy. Shen Ruoran, who had boarded first, glanced at Li Fei's navy blue bag with mild interest and let out a faint tach, slightly regretful. Li Fei scratched his head awkwardly. When he turned around, he met Shen Ruoran's gaze and smiled sheepishly, silently mouthing 5 words. Don't worry, I won't borrow it. Chapter 110 approaching. Upon receiving the signal, Shen Ruoran raised her eyebrows in slight surprise. She hadn't expected Li Fei to be this sharp and perceptive. She hadn't explicitly said anything, yet he had already guessed her plan for the next few days. She gave Li Fei a faint smile, adjusted her seat, put on an eye mask and began to rest. After abandoning 3 submarines, through the thick transparent barrier, Chan Ma-Xin and the others finally saw the towering structure that had once been famous in the capital. In the raging wind and rain, the towering building swayed faintly. Despite its massive size, when viewed from below it looked no different from drifting rootless seaweed. Standing together, the group felt an indescribable sense of sorrow. Gurgle. Chan Ma-Xin, Wu Wei, and the others' stomachs growled loudly, their faces turning slightly red. They all looked toward Li Fei, who had abundant supplies. He grinned with 2 rows of white teeth and lazily pointed at the building owner. Hungry? Buy from the boss. Why are you looking at me? Tang Channan shot Li Fei a fierce glare. This guy was clearly enjoying it alone. When he bought all those snacks and instant food earlier, why didn't he tell his brothers? Li Fei only laughed harder at their expressions. He was clever. If he had told them in advance, wouldn't the boss's plan have been ruined? You can offend anyone but never the boss. Before departure, she had subtly hinted not to let the capital detect anything unusual. The others understood, so they didn't bring much food. But Li Fei, who understood Shen Ruoran even better, had already guessed deeper intent. She needed wealth value. This trip wasn't charity. Shen Ruoran glanced sideways at the starving Special Forces members, a faint smile on her lips, then shifted her gaze to the price list hanging at her side. No discount for regular customers. This is a small business. Owen pretended to faint against Tang Channan's shoulder. After pooling 2,000 wealth points with the team, his pockets were now empty. When they left, they still had some balance. Now they were even in debt by dozens of points. Although the boss allowed zero-balance employees to take instant loans, what hurt Owen most was the triple repayment cost. The price list was even 3 times more expensive than the new building rates. Tang Channan stared at his account balance for a while, hesitating. He silently withdrew his hand. He had originally planned to treat Owen out of brotherhood, but the price made him reconsider. Shen Ruoran's prices were indeed high, but for their current increased salaries, they could repay it in a few days of work. After a hot bowl of soup, Chan Ma-Xin wiped his mouth in satisfaction. Thinking about their approaching destination, he looked at Shen Ruoran. Boss, we're about to reach the base. Can we buy 3 days of rations from you so nothing goes wrong later? Shen Ruoran agreed, but ignored their requested menu. Instead, she confiscated Li Fei's short shelf life snacks and replaced them with compressed rations lasting 2 to 3 years. She said, meal standard is 15 wealth points per meal. 3 days per person is 135 points. If you need water, find a chance to bring cups and come to me for refills. Li Fei, same for you. I'm temporarily holding your snacks. Remember to transfer me 135 points. Li Fei, who had just been proud of his cleverness, immediately deflated. Usually talkative, he unusually kept silent and obediently followed orders. Chapter 111. After months of continuous torrential rain, if the capital were to discover snacks that were still perfectly preserved, without the slightest mold or black spots caused by humidity, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Although the building owner could take on 10 opponents at once, the combat strength of the capital's various military units was not weak either, and they also had the advantage in numbers. Li Fei stuck out his tongue. He was usually carefree, but he understood the bigger picture. He allowed Shen Ruoran to place his bag into her spatial storage. The submarine gradually approached the base. Shen Ruoran curiously turned her head, noticing that the expressions of Chen Ruoran and the others were not like returning home nerves, but rather a mix of unease and resentment. She couldn't quite understand it and asked, "Chen Ruoran, didn't you all always want to come here? Why are you hesitating now that you're about to arrive?" Chen Ruoran sighed and revealed everything about someone tampering with the safety submarine. The enemy was hidden while they were exposed. He felt it was necessary for her to know. Although the boss was extremely strong, hidden sabotage still had to be guarded against. Shen Ruoran clicked her tongue. Truly disgraceful. Even a child could understand this logic. Cutting off their survival path was no different from cutting off one's own. Capital's safe base. 3 large structures stood unevenly in the same area. The submarine docked near the highest building. Chen Ruoran, wearing a tight raincoat, climbed out into the pouring storm. The rain fell diagonally from all directions, soaking his black hair. The building was equipped with a special security system. Chen Ruoran forced open the access panel and entered a 6-digit password, then pressed his thumb for fingerprint verification. Password correct. Fingerprint incorrect. He froze. He wiped his thumb on his sleeve and tried again. Fingerprint incorrect. Fingerprint incorrect. This fingerprint is not in the system database. Please do not repeat invalid attempts. Inside the submarine, the men were frantically eating. They wanted to go in fully fed so they could endure longer without revealing their reliance on food. Chen Ruoran came down with a cold expression and called Wu Wei, and the others up one by one to try fingerprint verification. The oppressive atmosphere made everyone realize what was happening. Damn it! They really crossed the line, erasing our identity so openly. They're basically treating us like dead men. So they tampered with the safety system to kill us. Of course, dead people don't need fingerprints anymore. Wu Wei, usually mild-tempered, cursed the harshest of all, his face red with anger. The people behind this were clearly powerful enough to assume they would never return. Shen Ruoran interrupted them. "Do you only have access methods for this one building? Since the other 2 buildings were connected at certain levels, it made no sense for there to be only one entry point." The group fell silent and thought carefully, only to realize they had never truly understood the structure of the safe base. It was as if their entire lives had been confined to a preset template, eating, sleeping, and working on the same floor, and needing approval to access anywhere else. Chen Ruoran's heart sank completely. They had always been tools meant to be sacrificed. Tang Chunnan said, "Captain, you're a branch of the Chun family in Yen City. Can you contact someone you trust?" "I don't know which side the family head will choose," Chen Ruoran replied bitterly. "The Chun family isn't evil, but they have too many things to consider. If the survival of the entire family is threatened, they would abandon me without hesitation. That was simply human nature." Chapter 112, Forceful Entry. Shen Ruoran was not interested in the Yen capital network of relationships. "Your mission is to make sure the direct superior receives Luchuan's data. Nothing else, right?" Chen Ruoran. Yes." The moment he finished speaking, Li Fei and the others saw the building's owner suddenly produce a circular blade from nowhere. It whooshed through the thick bulletproof window and struck the glass with pinpoint precision. The violent explosion sounded like a magnitude 7 earthquake. Every floor was affected to varying degrees. The submarine swayed along with the shock wave. Li Fei lost his balance and pulled Wu Wei down with him, but he was smiling. He knew the building's owner definitely had a way to send the data in silently. Causing such a huge commotion was simply to make sure this information was delivered to their superiors in front of everyone. People in the capital, upon seeing this report bearing Luchuan's name, would inevitably think of the mission once assigned to their team, and naturally trace down the hidden forces behind the sabotage. Impressive. Truly impressive. Shen Ruoran wrapped a strand of mental energy around the documents. At the top of the first page, the signatures of Luchuan and the academicians were clearly visible. Let's go back to the survival building. This data will definitely be seen by many people. Whether it's destroyed or used will be decided in due time. Chen Ruoran didn't speak. After a long moment, he patted Wu Wei's shoulder, looking relieved. Receiving the captain's order, Wu Wei confirmed it again with Shen Ruoran. His wide palm was covered in cold sweat, dripping onto the black handle. Wu Wei stared straight ahead, and the moment the hatch automatically closed, 2 lines of hot tears fell. Why were they being treated as expendable sacrifices? This data clearly represented the future of human survival. The people scheming against them in the shadows, were they tired of living? Shen Ruoran glanced back meaningfully at the 3 towering buildings of vastly different heights. She had originally come here to have some fun, but since they weren't welcome, she would drop the idea. The explosive sound swept through the ears of civilians across the 3 buildings. The safety base immediately went into full lockdown. Soldiers put on specialized equipment and conducted floor-by-floor searches. In an instant, panic spread everywhere. "Chief, the 11th floor window is shattered. There's a circular empty hole about 10 centimeters in diameter. No weapon found. There's also a stack of documents and a USB drive nearby." The voice on the radio became urgent. "We're on our way. Observe the surroundings carefully." "Understood." A square wooden table was tightly pressed against the broken window. Everyone consciously stayed away from the shattered glass, gathering around the documents. Strangely, they could not pick them up. Even with tools, they couldn't physically touch them. But they could clearly read what was written. One group after another took turns trying. If one couldn't lift them, another would try. Academicians from the Capital Research Institute arrived in haste, carrying various high-tech instruments. The soldiers voluntarily stepped aside to give them enough space. "This is academician Luchuan's nuclear cleanup research report." The researchers became unsettled, their eyes burning as they stared at the first page. Chang Yuefei stood up excitedly and grabbed the nearest soldier. "Young man, where are academician Luchuan and the others?" The soldier felt the name Luchuan sounded familiar. He glanced at the documents and USB drive on the ground. Oh, you're talking about the authors of this report. We don't know. When we first found it, this floor was empty. We even checked outside and didn't see any ships nearby." Chapter 113. The Changing World. Chang Yuefei. "Excuse me, please make way. I need to report to the leadership at the Research Institute. This document should be the breakthrough material on nuclear cleanup research produced by Luchuan and the other academicians." The leader of the Wild Fox Squad, Yang Fan, called out to Chang Yuefei. "Academician Chang, we are the Wild Fox Squad. I am the captain, Yang Fan. Let us escort you to the Research Institute." Chang Yuefei's hurried steps came to a halt. He had originally intended to go alone to report, but as if he suddenly thought of something, he spoke loudly and clearly so that everyone present could hear. "All right. Wild Fox Squad Captain Yang Fan, and all members of the Wild Fox Squad, I'll leave this to you. Escort me to the Research Institute. After I report to the leadership, I will return immediately." His words were somewhat awkward and overly deliberate, but everyone present understood his implied meaning. If Luchuan's important documents were here, why was there no sign of him? The answer was obvious. There was a traitor within the base. Either Luchuan did not dare return, or worse, the Special Forces team that went to City B to find him had all been killed along with him. The traitor behind this must hold considerable power. Both the Wild Fox Squad captain and Chang Yuefei had reached the same conclusion. Yang Fan voluntarily offered to escort Chang Yuefei. Although the distance was not long, given what had happened to Luchuan, he wanted to ensure the researcher's safety within his capability. Chang Yuefei immediately understood Yang Fan's intention and deliberately escalated the situation. The once heavily guarded corridors were now lined with armed soldiers. Chang Yuefei walked quickly and did not notice that one of the soldiers had a dark expression, quietly stepping away from the guard formation and running off to deliver a message. "Academician Chang, are you looking for the director in an urgent matter? He was just taken away by Chief Hong. It was very sudden. Did something big happen again?" A researcher responsible for crop growth happened to pass by the director's office. Seeing Chang Yuefei covered in sweat, he stopped to ask. Chief Hong's men had arrived with a great commotion, clearly intending for everyone to know that he had summoned the director. The members of the Wild Fox Squad exchanged glances. Yang Fan awkwardly scratched his head. It shouldn't be such a coincidence. Chief Hong had devoted his life to the country. He couldn't possibly target scientists. He assumed it was a misunderstanding, but he still couldn't understand the purpose behind Hong's actions. Chang Yuefei slammed his fist against the white wall, his expression extremely grim. He turned around. I'm going to find Chief Hong. If you are willing, continue accompanying me. If not, we part ways here. No one from the Wild Fox squad left. They silently followed behind him. On the other side, after learning about the explosion incident, researchers immediately put down their work and relayed the news to others in the institute as fast as possible. The sky of the safety base was about to change. Fu Guosheng stood upright. His beard, long and unkempt from neglect, made him look disheveled. His gaze was hazy and unfocused. He had pulled several all-nighters, his body exhausted while his mind forced itself to stay awake. Having not received a word from the person in power for a long time, and deeply worried about the experimental subjects in his lab, he finally spoke first. Chief Hong, you rushed me here without telling me anything. What exactly is going on? Natural disasters don't wait for anyone. This damned world might change in an instant. Chief Hong, time is life. Hong Liang was a tall, broad man with sharp features. He lit a cigarette. Director Fu, as you just said, we should be enjoying life while we can. Researchers like you are nothing but a waste of resources and time. Chapter 114. A tiny fragment of a tea leaf. Fu Guosheng's mouth twitched. He glanced at Hong Liang's head full of white hair and tried to keep his tone restrained. So, by your logic, humans should only live for a few months? We still have to consider our descendants and the future. Humans can overcome nature. Disasters don't necessarily have to be accepted. Science can dilute or eliminate their harm. He looked up at the clock on the wall. It's getting late. I've already wasted enough time here. If you have nothing else, I'm returning to the research institute. Fu Guosheng's attitude had turned firm. He clearly felt that Hong Liang's worldview and character were deeply problematic, and no longer wanted to engage with him. At the door, the soldiers blocked his way. Their lips were tightly pressed, and their usually resolute eyes showed a rare flicker of hesitation. Fu Guosheng turned back angrily and spoke word by word, heavily. Chief Hong, I respect your past contributions to the country. I hope you still remember your original intention. Hong Liang's expression did not change. He picked up his cup and took a sip of tea. A tea leaf stuck to the glass wall inside the cup. This is not something you need to tell me, he said calmly. Everything I do is for the bigger picture, and for the interests of the majority. His calloused, weathered black hand set down the metal thermos. He pushed aside a disposable cup that had already been used multiple times. A tiny, almost imperceptible broken tea leaf floated on the surface of the 5-centimeter deep water. Director Fu, you should drink some water. Fu Guosheng adjusted his glasses in anger. Although the base's water reserves were extremely scarce, and tea cultivation technology under harsh conditions had not yet been developed, when senior officials entertained guests in the past, even a normal cup of hot tea would contain about 5 to 10 leaves. One fragment, broken into dust, was pure humiliation. Hong Liang's action was clearly a pressure tactic, warning Fu Guosheng not to say anything he didn't want to hear. A stalemate formed between them. From outside came the sound of intense fighting, clearly hand-to-hand combat, but controlled as both sides were avoiding damaging equipment or structures. After all, none of them could afford the repair or reconstruction costs. Xiaohe, what's going on outside? Did the research institute people rebel? Hong Liang realized something and glared at Fu Guosheng. He stood up, took out a handgun from the safe, loaded it with bullets, and prepared to enforce order with force. Seeing this, Fu Guosheng's expression darkened further. He knew the disturbance outside must be related to him. Seeing Hong Liang take out a gun that was restricted by base regulations, his voice turned heavier and almost pleading. Chief Hong, the people outside are all workers devoted to humanity. Don't keep making mistakes. Killing them will bring you no benefit, only harm. The usually refined and gentle Fu Guosheng felt, for the first time in his life, an urge to curse someone to death. He truly could not understand Hong Liang's way of thinking. The soldiers under Hong Liang's direct command were numerous, but the teams brought by Chang Yuefei almost included most of the base's special forces and scattered units. They had heard Chang Yuefei's message and believed that the intruders who broke the glass had kidnapped Director Fu Guosheng and brought him here. They only wanted to rescue him as quickly as possible, and never imagined this incident involved Chief Hong. The soldiers guarding the outer gate hesitated and tried to stop them, but the Wild Fox squad struck first. They had still held a trace of hope before, but after being treated like this, even a fool could understand the situation. Both sides fought fiercely, but Chang Yuefei's group had the advantage in numbers. With continuous rotation and the need to avoid damaging buildings, Hong Liang's forces gradually could not hold on and were beaten down. Low groans of pain echoed from the ground. Chapter 115. The base leader summons. Stop! What are you all doing? Internal conflict. Hong Liang walked out furiously. His thick, overbearing brows and the aura of long-term authority were fully on display at this moment. After understanding the situation, Chang Yuefei shouted, Chief Hong, the base was attacked, and Director Fu Guoxing was taken. We heard the suspects fled here. We're in a rush to rescue him. Hong Liang let out a cold snort. I think you're the ones causing trouble. I was the one who brought him here. What are you trying to frame me? A researcher who had come along stepped forward a few paces. Chief Hong, the Institute's projects require Director Fu to continue overseeing them. Please let us take him back. As you know, the base's resource reserves are nearly insufficient. These gifted individuals, chosen for the greater good, lowered their heads. It wasn't that they didn't want to confront Hong Liang. It was that they knew Fu Guoxing had already stayed here for so long, and even someone as respected as him could not persuade Hong Liang. They stood no chance. Hong Liang, now older, had an even more volatile temper than before. You people are all too restless. If it were up to me, the research institute should be shut down entirely, wasting resources, wasting manpower, wasting time. Most of the researchers gathered here had been summoned by Chang Yuefei to rescue Fu Guoxing. Hong Liang's words insulted their years of diligent work and trampled on humanity's struggle for survival. Soon someone in the crowd could not hold back and cursed back. Damn it, Hong Liang. I respected you when you were younger and served the country, but you've gotten more and more confused with age. Where's your brain? Yes, the Institute uses base resources for experiments every day, but which of the water you drink and the electricity you use has nothing to do with the Research Institute. Yes, maybe you don't feel it now because your authority is enough to guarantee your meals and living conditions. But what about the people at the bottom? How many can't eat enough or drink enough? Don't pretend you're doing this for the good of the base while actually harming the country and its people. Hong Liang's beard trembled with anger. Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Guards, drag him away and give him a beating. The sound of leather shoes suddenly echoed through the argument. Base Secretary Liu Yang had received the message and came out of the official elevator opposite Hong Liang's office. His fitted black suit was heavily wrinkled, looking like it hadn't been washed in many days. Liu Yang controlled his pace as he walked, moving neither too slowly nor too fast, carefully avoiding sweating, so he wouldn't waste water on washing clothes. Chief Hong, Director Fu, Academician Cheng. The base leader requests your presence. The tense standoff finally came to a temporary halt. The base leader, the son of the former leader of Country H, had his office located on the 65th floor of the central building in the base. Chang Yuefei deliberately walked between Hong Liang and Fu Guoxing, secretly marveling at what kind of master craftsman could construct such a floor. If a grenade were thrown here, the special reinforced walls would successfully contain and prevent a large-scale explosion. Come in. A deep, calm, middle-aged voice echoed from inside the office. Hong Liang's size 41 black leather shoes stepped in first. He sat down on the sofa as if it were his own home, speaking warmly. Nephew, what made you think to call me here today? This was Chang Yuefei's first time seeing the base leader. His upright, composed face was strikingly similar to that of the pre-apocalyptic national leader. The bloodline of father and son was unmistakable. Seeing him, Chang Yuefei felt a hint of familiarity. When he was pursuing his doctorate, he had once been fortunate enough to attend a political scientific symposium with his advisor, and had even shaken hands with that man. Chapter 116, Three-Way Confrontation. Qinan looked at Hong Liang, his eyes darkening slightly and his smile fading. Chief Hong, I heard things got lively downstairs. What happened? Hong Liang had lost face and frowned impatiently. He sat down heavily in the center of the longest sofa and crossed his legs. This nephew of his had always respectfully called him Uncle Hong in private. Calling him Chief Hong in an official setting like this was the first time. From the outside, the base looked like an iron fortress, but the base leader's office was very simple. A desk and chair, 2 small sofas on the sides, and a long soft sofa in the middle. Seeing Hong Liang's arrogant posture, Chang Yuefei curled his lips. He felt no panic at all. He believed that the son of such a gentle and elegant elder must also be able to distinguish right from wrong and always stand on the side of justice. Fu Guoxing sat on one of the small sofas. Chang Yuefei glanced at the empty sofa on the other side, then stood to Fu Guoxing's right, unwilling to sit anywhere near Hong Liang. You 3 are quite distant from each other. Who will explain what happened? I can hear fighting and arguments even from hundreds of meters below the floor. Hong Liang, feeling ignored, said nothing. He turned his head toward the window, his entire posture radiating anger. Fu Guoxing and Chang Yuefei were very respectful toward Qin. Since Hong Liang, who was questioned first, remained silent, Fu Guoxing appropriately began to speak. The situation is like this, base leader Qin. Today, Fu Guoxing was a principled man. Even though he had suffered grievances today, he still objectively described the entire situation. Hong Liang sneered, crossing his legs. What do you mean I deliberately brought you here? As a chief, can I not care about the base's scientific progress? What a waste of that cup of tea I made you. These words stunned Fu Guoxing for a moment. He had spent most of his life being polite and dignified, and although he had met all kinds of people, he had rarely encountered someone who twisted facts so casually and spoke outright lies without hesitation. So good at talking nonsense. Fu Guoxing's expression darkened. For a moment he didn't know what to say. He had been forcibly taken from the research institute without notice, not allowed to explain his work to others, spoken to rudely, and even humiliated with a single fragment of tea. But each of these things, when taken individually, didn't seem like a major issue. Qin was not a kindergarten teacher. He would not mediate such disputes in detail. Even though they suspected Hong Liang was behind the attacks on Luchuan and the others without concrete evidence, they could not say it directly in front of him. After all, the opposing side controlled half of the base's military power. If the conflict was exposed publicly, even Qin's position as base leader might not be secure. I want to know how much contact you've had with Luchuan, Qin said. As base leader, he had his own intelligence channels. At the mention of Luchuan, Fu Guoxing's voice immediately became more focused. He had been wondering how to bring up the issue himself, and now the other party had raised it first. Normally, whenever the topic of Luchuan came up, Fu Guoxing would not be able to stop himself from praising him at length. His admiration and expectations would turn into a long speech lasting at least 10 minutes. But time was tight. He forced himself to suppress his praise and asked the key question instead. The team sent to retrieve Luchuan would have been carefully selected for their ideology, determination, and physical capability. They would not have been entrusted with such an important mission otherwise, and the base would have provided them with sufficient resources. Up to now, he still had not seen Luchuan. There must be a problem within this very office. Chapter 117. The net closes. Qin's expression remained calm. He turned the question back toward Hong Liang. Chief Hong, the soldiers you sent out are also considered half your subordinates. Regarding Luchuan's matter, what is your opinion? Everyone in the room was an old fox. They understood exactly what the other party was really asking. Hong Liang did not answer directly. Instead, he said earnestly, almost like he was advising them. Qin and Uncle Hong has watched you grow up. These so-called researchers are nothing but a waste of resources and everyone's time. It's been months and the heavy rains haven't stopped. The floods are rising deeper every day. We should gather all our limited resources and enjoy what's left of life. Everyone dies eventually. Don't live so tired. Spit it out. Chang Yuefei, hearing such words for the first time, almost laughed in anger. You're ready to die, but what about the young people and children? Hong Liang glared at him, fists tightening as he threatened angrily. Spit, spit, spit. Cursing people to die brings lightning from the heavens. You won't end well. Deep down, he still held on to superstition and could not tolerate such words being directed at him. His entire face flushed red with rage. Hearing this, Qinan slowly raised his eyes and stared deeply at Hong Liang. His gaze was filled with disappointment, confusion, and regret. So, it was you, wasn't it? Qinan's tone softened. He was truly heartbroken. On the battlefield in the past, Hong Liang had fought his way out of encirclement with blood and flesh, protecting countless lives. When Qinan had been waiting for news of Luchuan, he had already begun to suspect, but he did not want to and did not dare to believe that Hong Liang was truly behind all of this. Harming Luchuan was equivalent to harming humanity's future. The guards stepped forward, holding batons at the ready, and removed Hong Liang's military cap and coat. Take Hong Liang out. From this moment on, he is no longer a chief of the safety base, Qinan said, waving his hand and turning away, refusing to look at the emotionally broken man. He had confessed. As the details of his actions surfaced one by one, Hong Liang seemed to finally realize the magnitude of his wrongdoing. He had believed in his own twisted sense of the greater good. But under Qinan's relentless questioning, he was forced to understand that he had truly harmed people under the banner of survival. By the time he reached this point, Hong Liang knew he was wrong, but it was already too late. He lowered his proud head, as if justice had finally come for him. Base leader, I would like to ask a favor, Fu Guoxing said loudly, his voice tense with emotion. He was clearly not in a stable state. Qinan gently patted Fu Guoxing's shoulder and said warmly, I know what you want to say. Don't worry. Since someone was able to send those research materials in, it means at least some of them are still alive. I will definitely send people to find them. Chapter 118, The Flood Turns Black. At 5 in the morning, the time pointed to 5 a.m. Hua Fian, as always, was full of energy. After setting up her fixed small stall, she habitually walked to the entrance on the first floor to take a look at the vast flood outside. Ah! Li Fei, who had his long legs slung over the security desk in the guard room and was lightly dozing, was instantly startled awake by the scream. Hua Auntie, what's wrong? Li Fei grabbed a baton and rushed out, circling Hua Fian once, scanning the surroundings before suddenly freezing in place. He pointed outside. Hua Auntie, did you scream because of the color of the flood? The dark black water flowed irregularly with violent waves. The farther away it was, the darker it became. Li Fei stepped closer and extended the baton slightly. The floodwater was like highly toxic concentrated sulfuric acid, instantly dissolving the 8-centimeter thick baton. Holy! Li Fei staggered back several steps, then quickly threw the remaining half of the baton into the water, afraid the black liquid would corrode its way back in. He grabbed the walkie-talkie from his pocket. Boss, the flood outside has mutated. It's highly corrosive. You need to come take a look. The walkie-talkie crackled for more than 10 seconds before a lazy voice responded. Shen Ruoran yawned, her voice still sleepy. To be precise, the entire Blue Star is now filled with nuclear wastewater, nuclear radiation, and nuclear waste byproducts. Pass the order down, clear everyone above the first floor. Without my permission, no one is allowed to go down. Oh, okay. Li Fei pressed the walkie-talkie and relayed the order to the 10th floor patrol team. Hua Fian lost all interest in running her stall. She hurried to the elevator, not even caring about those still asleep, planning to notify floor by floor. There were many vendors and residents who went to the basement floors in the morning. She wasn't sure who lived where, so she had to notify everyone one level at a time. Those woken up by Hua Fian were all shaken awake in panic. No matter how sleepy they were frightened. Most of them might not have much education, but they could still understand how deadly nuclear wastewater was. Are you sure the boss said the upper floors are safe? Nuclear radiation can seep into the air. It's extremely dangerous. Wang Peng threw off his blanket, jumped down from the upper bunk shirtless, and ran out to stop Hua Fian. I think I've seen you before. Where do you usually work? The man studied her carefully. He found her somewhat familiar, but asked this to judge the credibility of the information based on her position. Hua Fian, already shaken by the scene outside, was in chaos. She shook off Wang Peng's hand. Stop bothering me. Hurry and spread the message. No one can go down to the lower floors. The boss specifically warned us about this. Wang Peng heard the mention of the boss again and believed it a bit more, but not completely. In his view, if what Hua Fian said was true, they would all mutate sooner or later and might even die in their sleep tomorrow. He turned back, still confused. Nuclear contamination is coming. The building will be doomed sooner or later. Is there even any point in struggling? Hearing this, Hua Fian looked at him like he was an idiot. Then why don't you say the flood is 1,000 meters high, and will eventually swallow the building too? Oh right. Wang Peng slapped his own head and laughed awkwardly. He realized he had been narrow-minded. When faced with a new crisis, he had instinctively forgotten how unusual the building itself already was. Having understood this, he smirked and walked over to knock on the still-closed doors one by one. Chapter 119 ending. Tons of black water surged wildly toward a single location. If the residents of the building had an omniscient perspective, they would have seen that all the nuclear wastewater on the entire planet was being absorbed into the building's underground third floor. The torrential rain still poured down relentlessly, but the water level was slowly, almost imperceptibly, dropping. It was such a subtle change that ordinary people could not notice it. Shen Ruoran knew that the building had a 100% ability to purify both water and air. The underground third floor had also been granted infinite space. After issuing the order forbidding tenants from going down to the third basement level, she stopped paying attention to it. To the building, it was just another ordinary day. Then, a sharp knocking sound nearly shattered Shen Ruoran's eardrums. Luchuan, did you invent a strength pill? Why are you knocking so hard? You scared me. Recently, Shen Ruoran had been hooked on light romance dramas, so her mood had been quite good. She didn't mind Luchuan's sudden burst of energy. Luchuan was holding a deep red protective suit. Dark circles covered the area around his eyes, yet his gaze was extremely excited. His originally handsome face now looked slightly manic, and his smiling mouth almost seemed to stretch beyond his face. He quickly handed the suit to Shen Ruoran, so fast it left afterimages. Boss, I've finally developed a suit that can resist nuclear radiation and nuclear contamination. I've simulated it many times in the lab. This anti-nuclear suit has already passed all tests. Now it's just one final step before it can be mass-produced. His excitement was obvious. So boss, I want to wear it now and test it outside. Shen Ruoran looked at him with admiration and gave a thumbs up, but then rejected his request. Aren't you a researcher? Even if scientific results need real testing, you can't test them directly on humans right away. Doesn't the building keep animals? You can buy a few to test on. Luchuan lowered his head, sounding guilty. The disaster probably won't end anytime soon, and the animals raised in the building are limited. I can't bring myself to do that. But boss, I have absolute confidence in the anti-nuclear suit. Can you lend me a submarine so I can do the final test? Shen Ruoran thought for a moment and agreed. The first floor lobby and every floor's floor-to-ceiling windows were packed with tenants watching the scene. Owen casually draped his left arm over Bozia's shoulder, but the trembling of his fingers betrayed his nervousness. Little Bo, Professor Luchuan is world-renowned in nuclear research. He'll definitely succeed, right? Bozia, standing beside him, had flushed cheeks and was fully focused on the man in red climbing out of the submarine. He had no energy to respond. The building was unusually quiet. Everyone held their breath, afraid even their breathing might disturb Luchuan, even though he was far, far away. The man in red danced wildly in the rain, waving desperately toward the building. The deep red anti-nuclear suit withstood the corrosion of nuclear wastewater and radiation. Luchuan moved freely in the downpour. And then, the rain stopped. Cheers erupted throughout the building. Everyone was swept up in joy over the success of the anti-nuclear suit and the cessation of the rain. Everything was moving toward a better future. The trajectory of the disaster no longer followed Shen Ruoran's memory. The building had absorbed all the planet's nuclear wastewater, and subsequent catastrophic disasters never came to pass. Humans stepped out of the building and began again. Seeds and young animals taken from inside the building returned to nature. The survivors worked together to rebuild a new world.